I'm Lehigh University Provost Pat Farrell. It's my pleasure to welcome you to campus to commemorate and celebrate the International Labor Organization's 100th anniversary. I'd also like to welcome those watching the live stream at the ILO offices in Geneva and around the world, the United Nations Environment Program in Nairobi, Geneva, and New York, our NGO partners in India, Australia, Nigeria, the missions of Costa Rica and Sweden, and our NGO colleagues throughout the United Nations Department of Global Communications community. This is really a global conference. In some ways, the history and mission of the ILO has some interesting and direct parallels to Lehigh University's own history. Founded over 150 years ago by Asa Packer, the times in the United States were challenging, difficult, uncertain, and it wasn't clear what the future was. Those of you who may know U.S. history, this was right at the end of the U.S. Civil War. And what the future looked like, not just in terms of labor, but in terms of economics, and what would this nation now become, was unclear, uncertain, in some ways untraveled and uncharted. That isn't necessarily exactly all the words we might use today, but you might use some of those for what today and the future of economics around work might look like. When Asa Packer founded Lehigh, he was thinking that he wanted to found a place that would educate generations of students, in particular in technical skills, but also trained in the liberal arts and sciences. He was convinced that no one of those could really prepare someone for the future. All of them were needed. As a result, today we have a university that is academically rigorous, thrives on an entrepreneurial mindset, and looks for collaborative opportunities. We challenge our students to become leaders of tomorrow's workforce in the U.S. and around the world. Programs such as the Global Village, Global Citizenship Program, and the Iacocca International Internship Program are examples of how our students experience Lehigh at Lehigh, but also take that experience and learn around the globe and bring that back with them. We also recognize the importance of building alliances with global entities. In 2004, Lehigh became the 6th university in the world to attain United Nations non-governmental organization accreditation. We are still very, very proud of that. Since that time, UN headquarters in New York City has been a classroom and experiential learning site for our students, a location for faculty to present research, and a partner in the creation of numerous conferences, workshops, and briefings. To date, more than 13,000 Lehigh faculty, staff, and students have directly engaged with the United Nations. Via our UN affiliation, Lehigh students regularly have the opportunity to engage directly with global decision makers, including ambassadors from more than 20 different countries, divisional heads, and assistant secretaries general. As you might imagine, youth empowerment and talent development are among our key UN interests. Lehigh began the world's first UN Youth Representative Program in 2008, enabling our students to serve as the youth voice for UN accredited NGOs around the world. More than 100 students have held UN youth badges representing NGOs on 6 continents. There's also a long history of Lehigh alumni from all disciplines serving as interns in the United Nations. Since the program's inception, 43 students in a row have applied to UN intern positions, and all have been accepted. Some have gone on to full-time jobs or consulting opportunities with the UN in various departments and agencies. Today's conference, An Equitable, Sustainable Future of Work, seeks to heighten awareness of the potential impacts that globalization, technology, and value chains may have on our lives and the generations to follow. Considering the fast-paced economy of the 21st century, the speakers and panelists you will meet today will offer a number of perspectives on what's next in the economy of the future. I hope you will take the opportunity to ask questions of the panelists, to think both deeply and critically about the timely topics they raise. Preparation for this conference began well more than 6 months ago. I'd like to thank our conference partners, the Martindale Center at Lehigh, Rotary International District 7340, the Museum of Industrial History, the Lehigh Valley Workforce Board, and the Eastern Pennsylvania Association for Talent Development. A special thank you goes out to Kevin Cassidy and his team from ILO and the Lehigh Planning Committee for having the vision and dedication to bring this event to life. It's now my pleasure to welcome United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development and Chief Economist Elliot Harris back to Lehigh. Mr. Harris brings over 25 years of experience in the fields of international economics and development policy analysis, coupled with knowledge of the United Nations systems, multilateral and interagency coordination processes. He has extensive experience in the design of macroeconomic policies and their application as a central instrument for the reduction of poverty and for resilient and sustained economic development. His work in the field of economics also focuses on macroeconomic linkages with global social and environmental policies. Prior to his appointment, Mr. Harris served as Assistant Secretary General and head of the New York office of the United Nations Environment Program from 2015. During this time, he selected Lehigh University to be co-lead in the greening of the UN missions project with the Sustainable UN office in Geneva. 2 teams of students and Lehigh Sustainability Officer Delisha Naman have designed protocols and evaluation rubrics to enable UN missions to become more environmentally efficient, and the project is currently being piloted by the missions of Costa Rica and Sweden. Prior to UNEP, Mr. Harris began his career in the International Monetary Fund in 1988, where he worked in the African Department and Fiscal Affairs Department. In 2002, he became an advisor in the Policy Development and Review Department and was appointed in 2008 as Special Representative to the United Nations, in addition to serving as Assistant Director of the Strategy and Policy Review Department. Mr. Harris holds a Bachelor of Science degree in German and Political Science and advanced degree in Economics. He was awarded an Advanced Study Certificate in International Economics and Polity Research from the Institute of World Economics in Germany. Mr. Harris.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be back here at Lehigh. I think that collaboration that we've had with the university and the UN has been sort of exemplary, and it's something that I think more and more institutions of higher learning should try to emulate. I'm going to speak today about technology, about the future of work, and about the future of society. It sounds very highbrow and very high-flying, but in essence, I think Professor Farrell kicked it off very well when he talked about the founding of Lehigh at a time of profound uncertainty, and I think we're back there again. We live in a time of extremely deep uncertainty. Uncertainty that is driven by the rapid changes that are happening around us. Now, it's not the change itself that is the problem. There's always been change, and change has always caused dislocation and upheaval. But what we face today is unique in the human experience, in that the change is happening so very, very fast. And the problem is that the change is happening fast enough that people feel challenged when they think about how to adjust to it. They're not sure what tomorrow will bring, so they don't know what they're adjusting to. And what compounds and complicates the problem is that our political leaders do not lead an open and an honest discussion about these issues. They tend to try to muddle through. And as a result, they're not putting in place policies that can manage the transition. So we have a major upheaval that's happening that people can't understand, that's not being explained, and it's not being managed. In fact, when people talk about some of these issues, it's very often with a finger that's raised in recrimination to someone else, and we're encouraged to protect what we have by looking inward. We turn away from the very open and participatory system that created a lot of our prosperity in the first place. Small wonder that we're living in a world now where we see a decline in the spirit of multilateralism. And because we don't discuss these matters openly, there's a sense of inevitability about it all. People think that this change is happening and there's nothing we can do about it. And nothing could be further from the truth. The change is inevitable, yes, but the consequences of the change are not. They are the result of policy choices, or the lack thereof. And it is the policies that determine whether the transition will have the upside opportunities predominate, or rather the downside risks. So what is actually going on? Well, whatever it is digital. The world, all of it, is digitalizing at an incredible pace, and it's changing the way we produce and consume, the way we interact with each other, the way we inform ourselves. Now, I'll give you a little illustration of how much change has happened and how quickly. 2 nights ago, I was walking down a street in New York with a friend of mine, and I stopped at a mailbox and I dropped an envelope in with a check to my dentist. So my friend, he's 25, he looked at me and said, "You shouldn't be doing that in public. It shows how old you are." Harvard educated on top of it all. But it did make me think, and that was the first time in 7 months that I actually had written a check. Now, no, I'm not a delinquent, I pay my bills. But I do it all online, and if it's not online, it's with a credit card, and I use cash to buy lottery tickets. Yeah? But that just goes to show how much change has been going on. We are in, or we soon will be in, a digital economy, and we get our news online, we shop online, we get government services online, we interact with each other online. And that, for you, young people, not the old ones, the young people, that's the norm. That's what your reality is. 10 years ago, that was close to being science fiction. That's not that long ago. But think about what that means. It means that in the space of 10 years, people who by international trade, that's going to give way to the globalization of work. The work itself, the production of something, can happen in a range of different places because the organization of work will change. What the ILO calls the platform economy, what others call the Uberization of the economy, is happening more and more rapidly and in more and more different sectors around the world and in different countries. What's really significant here above all is that it is fundamentally altering the relationship between the employer and the employee. And that traditional longer-term relationship is becoming less prevalent. Now, this has tremendous implications for taxation, for example. Do you tax economic activity where it is commissioned, where it's paid for, where the goods and services are produced, where they're delivered, or where they're consumed? And what do you do when all of these stages of activity happen in different tax jurisdictions? That has major implications as well for how you regulate economic activity, and we know that regulation is necessary. And the implications for social protection are just as serious, because so many of the instruments that we use to deliver social protection are tied to that employment relationship. And when we think that social protection is really important for dealing with inequality, we realize just how important these changes are. The third element is that with the changing nature and the organization of work per se, the content of jobs is changing rapidly as well. When I look at the young people here in the audience, I'm willing to bet that the jobs that you will be doing in 10 years are not necessarily going to be the same as the jobs you start doing when you leave university. You're likely to be doing several jobs over the course of your professional life, and that means that the model that we have of preparing people for the adult world, where you go to school and you go to university and you do all your training first, and then you spend 30 or 40 years working in that field, that's not going to be there. Yeah, that is changing already. And that means we have to move into the lifelong learning model. But I invite you to think for a moment about what that really means for the way we have constructed our societies. It's not an easy undertaking. The fourth thing is that with all of these technological innovations, the dynamics of trade, global trade, are changing. Global value chains are being impacted. And that comes back to what I was talking about a little earlier, that a lot of the prosperity around the world, in developing countries in particular, on the back of that global trade, is being called into question. And countries are going to have to find different development models and deal with the fact that because of technology, the advantages that they may have had in terms of the cost of producing things, those advantages are disappearing. The fifth thing we have to deal with is the imperative of bridging the technological divide. Where you stand as a country or as an individual, that determines whether you're going to be left behind or not, where you stand relative to the technological divide. And that means that national development strategies and international development cooperation have to recognize this reality and align themselves with it. because otherwise we'll not be able to overcome this technological divide. Now, part of that is establishing the digital infrastructure, because that's the basis for the future. But there's also the question of ensuring access to the devices that we need to take advantage of the digital infrastructure. So as I said, there are many people here in this country that don't have the smartphone, but it is having the ability to be part of that digital infrastructure, to take advantage of it, that creates the market. And it is the market, or the prospect of the market, that will mobilize the private investment that we're going to need to build the digital infrastructure. So we're in that kind of conundrum of which comes first. And finally, we have to deal with the problem of rising inequalities. They threaten the very basis of our societies, and they undermine the prospects for sustained and sustainable growth. The technology itself exacerbates, it accelerates the widening of inequality, but it means that since the inequality is rising, the traditional approach that we've taken to dealing with inequalities is under considerable strain. And we have to find new approaches, because our present system just cannot keep up with it. People do fall behind despite our best efforts. Now, part of this problem is also that the share of income that accrues to people who work is falling very rapidly. That reflects as well the predominant role and the importance of capital in the technological change. The owners of capital benefit more than the owners or the suppliers of labor. But all of that just preconditions the widening of the income and wealth inequalities. Part of the problem, of course, is that we've had a weakening of the institutions of labor markets. Collective bargaining and unionized representation are not what they used to be. So what can be done? Well, first we have to explicitly address the challenges and the disruptions that confront us, and understand that we need to find solutions to manage the transition and to help cushion the blow for those who are going to suffer from it. We need, secondly, to have an informed and open participatory discussion about the ethical dimensions of technological innovation. What are the parameters? What are the standards that we want to impose on this? What is the governance of technology? How do we ensure that we don't veer off in a path that we find after the fact to be unacceptable? We need to deal with things like data governance and privacy, cybersecurity. We need to look at how do we manage the environmental consequences of the digital era. Think about all those data services that want to be fed with electricity and have to be cooled down using water. All of these are issues that we have to deal with as we start the technological process, because trying to fix them after the fact is very, very difficult. The third thing is, of course, a major effort to deal with the technological divide. And that has to be a global effort as well as a national one. Governments have to support the private sector in their innovations through what we in the UN are starting to call national innovation systems. These are systems that ensure that questions are asked to determine what is the right set of priorities for our technologies, and how do we secure the right kind of research agenda? How do we establish the flow of funds that are going to be needed to develop the technology? How do we set up appropriate and flexible regimes of intellectual property rights that make it possible for those who don't have the technology to at least get access to it or risk being left behind? We have to narrow the gap in adaptive, absorptive, innovative capacity. And that's in large part a question of education. But it's more than that. It's about setting up the infrastructure of lifelong learning. It is financial arrangements so that people can pay for the lifelong learning. It is childcare arrangements. It's income support programs, because it's going to be difficult for adults who have family obligations to take time out from work to go and retrain. So we have to set up the societal infrastructure to make that lifelong learning possible. And finally, it's the question of reducing inequalities. There's a lot that we can do, a lot that we already do. We have the progressive taxation and then the social spending model. But as I said, that comes under increasing strain as the inequalities widen. And that does nothing about the inequities of wealth distribution. But perhaps there are ways in which we can encourage private individuals that have, or who have, large assets to invest those assets in ways that generate a positive social impact, so that the effect of the inequitable distribution of the wealth is in part compensated by the results of the investment itself, and that puts less of a strain on the public system. It is not clear to me, standing here before you today, how soon we will succeed in bridging the technological divide. I'm not sure that we will ever succeed in truly addressing inequality, although we have to keep trying. In the meantime, though, the changes in the nature of work, the changes in the fabric of our societies, these changes are happening rapidly. And many, including some of us here in this room today, may find ourselves being left behind if we don't deal with these problems in a cohesive and urgent manner. I think that's an issue that it's worth thinking about, and I think that we need to have a series of discussions around the different aspects of these problems, discussions that are honest. They may be painful because they are going to reveal some of the fault lines in our societies. But if we do not discuss them, it is quite clear that we will not be able to address them in a comprehensive manner. And failing that, well, the uncertainties will continue into the future. Thank you very much.
Well, Assistant Secretary General Harris has given you quite a bit to think about, maybe to be excited about, maybe even some fear as well. So at this point, we'd like to take questions from the audience. Will be microphones on both sides, as you can see our staff there. Please, when you ask a question, state your name, your organization, or your university or high school that you are from, and then please ask your question. We ask that you don't provide long statements, but just questions. So who's ready to be first? Please.
Hi, Karen Becker from the College of New Jersey. So as I come from a higher education and faculty perspective, and I'm wondering if you can maybe address a little bit who you think will be managing the lifelong education. Do you see higher education having a role in that, or do you see private industry being better poised to manage that?
I think it's going to be in partnership. The institutions of higher learning have to be closely involved, but it's the private industry that's going to know best what is going to be needed in the near and intermediate future. And I think that collaboration is what we're going to need so that we have curricula that evolve in step with the requirements of the private economy. But I think what more than anything else is going to be required is the flexibility of approach. We have to be able to provide the learning in forms that respond to the need, but also respond to the circumstances of those who engage in the learning. And again, as I say, it's going to require quite a lot of ancillary changes so that these kinds of innovations can take place.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. My name is Bob Hobaum with Rotary International. My question to you is, briefly, if you could compare the potential solutions you see in the technological divide with the way solutions were found for the Industrial Revolution.
I think there's a fundamental difference. The Industrial Revolution was an encroaching process. It happened in a few locations with a few very fundamental technological changes that took quite a while to assert themselves. You know? Now, because of that, there was a lot of possibility of emulation, and in the course of that emulation, people could look at what went well and what didn't go well, and they could organize things in a different way. When you look at the way in which the railroads were set up in this country, well, they were able to learn from the experience and all the mistakes that were made in creating railroads in England. That luxury we no longer have, because the technology is moving along at a tremendous pace, but it's also happening everywhere at the same time, at different rates and in different places, different types of technologies. And it's very hard for us to say, okay, we're going to be learning from the experience of this group who did it first and applying those lessons to that group that's doing it second. We don't have that luxury anymore. So we're essentially experimenting and muddling our way through. And that's why I think it's really important that we have a clear sense as a global community and as individual nations and societies of what the parameters are, of what type of direction we want this technology and its impacts to take. Now, we won't be able to determine exactly how we get there, but we will be able to say, these are things we don't want to see happening, and we won't allow them to happen. So if, just take an example that's been in the news recently, there's been a lot of speculation about people trying to clone human beings. If we may have the technology, but if we say we don't think that is acceptable, then we can set the framework that means we won't allow and we won't support and we won't permit research that carries us into that direction. Or if the research could be used for that, we won't allow that to happen. So I think that there are really fundamental differences between what we had in the second industrial revolution and what we're seeing in this fourth revolution, if you want to call it that. And I'm not sure that there are many directly applicable lessons that we can take from the one and carry over to the other.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Johnson Watts. I serve on the school board of the Allentown School District. Thank you for your very candid presentation. My question to you is, as we talk about development and the creation of a workforce for the future, where do you see that happening as we talk about lifelong learning? Who would be the primary stakeholders? Would it be the government, whereas right now we have education provided through our systems, or would it be the corporations who are hiring? How do you see that unfolding?
Well, as I said in response to the first question, it's not an either-or situation. I think from now on, we have to realize that education training is a partnership undertaking. People sitting on education boards will not necessarily know what the new investment plans of the business community are. They won't necessarily know, well, what the likely requirements in terms of skills are going to be. They will only know that if they are in contact with those who are making those investments and who are deploying the technology. And so I think there has to be that kind of, I would almost call it a symbiotic interrelationship between those who are formulating the educational curricula and those who are the recipients, the demand side of the education. And if we have that kind of partnership at the very outset, then I think we will be able to anticipate at least some of the requirements. Now, not all, because the technology is changing so quickly. But we will be able to know what types of skills we need, and we'll be able to start providing those skills, and then we can build on that as we go along. And as that partnership becomes more effective, perhaps it might be more of a smooth and seamless process of interaction. But I do think that it is something that has to involve all of the stakeholders. If we try to leave it up to the government, well, the government is operating under severe informational constraints and won't be able to do a proper job. Thanks.
Hi there. Is it my turn?
Okay, go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you so much for sharing with us. My name is Mark Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of the Bucks County Intermediate Unit. At the local level in Bucks County, we spent some time talking about how to better serve targeted populations that are historically underrepresented in the workforce. And by those populations, I mean folks that are returning from incarceration, folks that are experiencing homelessness, folks that are experiencing addiction, or folks that a particular interest to the intermediate unit that are intellectually disabled, developmentally disabled, emotionally disabled, or developmentally disabled. How does that fit in your vision of the development of the future workforce, serving those populations?
As I said, I think one of the challenges for policy is to manage the transition and understand that the way things change and evolve will affect us all in different ways. And we are differentially equipped to absorb that change and adjust to it. Yeah? And that sounds very fancy. It's a strange way of saying we won't all be able to use the technologies as well as perhaps our neighbors. Right? Part of managing that transition has to be we take into account the fact that there will be some who will not be able to perhaps have access on their own resources to the smartphone, or who perhaps may not be able to use the digital technologies as easily as others because they may be visually or digitally impaired. And we have to find ways to provide support programs that allow them to at least benefit from to absorb some of the benefits of the technological change and avoid most of the downside risks of not being a full part of the technological revolution. Now, that is going to sound really discriminatory, and it's a difficult thing to talk about, and that might be why many people don't talk about it. But the fact is that we have to understand and accept that we won't all be able to use the new technologies as easily as everybody else does. And for those of us who don't, in order to be preserved from being just left by the wayside, we have to have social programs. And I'm going to call them social programs because it's about the society we live in. Social programs that make sure that they don't fall through the cracks entirely. That if you are providing government services, for example, on a digital platform, and one of your citizens is visually impaired, then we have to either have a portal that allows a visually impaired citizen to access the services, or we have to find some other way of delivering the service to the individual. We can't have a situation where the inability to service a portal visually means that you don't get a service. You see? So that's, I think, the real challenge of public policy, is to identify those who might be left behind and to conceive of programs that allow them to participate nonetheless.
My name is Sahil Naganti. I'm a student at Parkland High School. In my psychology class, we learned that humans are a creature driven by purpose. When one lacks purpose in their lives, their quality of life begins to suffer. In the past, religion, family was the source of purpose, but currently, percentage of religious adherence is declining, percentage of people raising traditional families is declining, and career remains as the major source of purpose. In a future where a shortage of jobs could be present, what will take the place of purpose in people's lives?
No, that's a fraught question. I'll figure that out. It'll help me manage my 3 teenagers. Look, one thing does bother me. When I get up in the morning and I go to work, I have my colleagues around, and we have a pretty nice environment, and it means that those 8 or 9 or sometimes 10 hours that I spend at the job, they have a social context as well. And one thing that really worries me, and as we digitalize work, more and more of the work is going to be decentralized. It's not going to be tied to a physical location. And more of us are not going to be going into one place and meeting the same set of people day in, day out as we work. Now, what you say there is quite right. I think we do derive a lot of our sense of identity from the jobs that we do, the work that we do, the people that we interact with. And if that is constantly changing, if we're not in a regular circumstance where we're interacting with the same set of people, the self-validation that comes from that, well, that comes under question. How we change that is, I think, a question that we have to make a part of that societal reflection on things like the lifelong learning model or the arrangements of work, because in many respects we are taking away one of the anchors, one of the pillars of our social construct. We're not taking it away, we're changing it. And if we change it, we need to think about what we're going to replace it with. You're quite right. I mean, it is a part of the... It's part of what gives people a sense of direction and a sense of value as well. And if we see that direction changing, we have to find some way to approximate it with something else. Now, I do not have the answer. I'll be quite honest to tell you that. But I do think that's exactly what we need to have happen. We have to have young people like yourself thinking about these things and raising those questions in areas where we can have at least a discussion around the issues to see if we can't generate through brainstorming some sort of an approach to dealing with it. Sorry, I can't give you the actual answer, but if you find out, let me know. Let's put it that way.
We have time for one final question.
Hi, I'm also a student at Parkland High School. My name is Punya Basin, and the question I have to ask is how can younger generations better equip themselves to prevent being left behind in the job market? And also, do you believe that the greater technological progression should make young people better incorporate technological classes into their academic curriculum?
On the second question, the answer is absolutely yes. I think in many respects, we used to learn how to... We used to learn handwriting. Oh God, I'm dating myself. Back when I was a little kid, we learned how to write properly so people could read what you wrote. And then they learned how to use a keyboard. You remember those things, yeah? And now people, my kids, they go to school and they have iPads, well, or tablets, you know, and absolutely abysmal handwriting, but that's okay. That has to be part of your curriculum. You have to make children completely at ease with the digital technologies because that's going to be the future. And that's right. The technological element of education has to be central, right? It's a part of it. Just like you learn to read and write and to count, you have to learn to use the digital technologies. Now, the first part of the question is far more complex. I mean, what should young people do to get access to the job market? The problem is that the nature of work is changing so rapidly that it's hard for a young person to understand how should they present themselves, you know, because in the old days you were applying for a particular job and you knew what the requirements of the job were. Today you may be applying for a particular position, but the content of that job is going to be evolving as you go along. And I think what your best choice here would be to demonstrate that you have that flexible ability to acquire the knowledge and deploy it and to use it. You may not know exactly what you're going to be doing in that particular job over a period of 4 or 5 years, but you can perhaps present the fact that you've learned how to understand what's needed and how to collect and acquire the skills that will be needed to do that exercise. It's an uphill battle, I think. I mean, it was much easier if you were applying for a standard, well-defined job because you could do the qualifications for that job and come and say, here I am. That's not what people are looking for anymore, and I think It would help if employer associations or employer firms themselves were to reach out to the education boards and have that kind of discussion. Say, well, the kinds of things we're going to be looking for in terms of basic capacities, here they are. And we want to make sure that these are the sorts of skills that are being communicated to the students, so that when they present themselves as job applicants, they can point to this background. Thank you.
Okay, so now it is my great pleasure to welcome our next speaker. He has over 33 years of international development experience, and even though he comes from not so far away from here, from Brooklyn, New York, he actually worked all over the world. He's the mind behind the initial idea of this conference, as well as about 100 more related events celebrating ILO centenary in the United States and Canada. He's a true inspiration to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the director of the ILO office in the United States, Mr. Kevin Cassidy.
Gabriella, thank you very much, and Dr. Elliot Harris, a very hard act to follow. As he was mentioning, what is a keyboard? So that's what it looks like, eh? So I've just jotted down a few notes, trying to think a little bit on my feet about this. But I think Assistant Secretary General Elliot Harris has given a wonderful framing of the issue, and I want to really thank him personally for the amazing work he's doing at the UN. Like many of you people, I was thinking at one point in time, what do I want to be when I grow up? It's a question I ask myself at the end of every year as I wander around either on the beaches or the woods or the forest to kind of think about where I would like to be as a person. How do I actualize myself? And I encourage the young people here to do the same thing as well, too. I'd like to thank Lehigh University, Provost Patrick Farrell and Dr. Cheryl Matherly for welcoming us here and really working with us to make this a reality. As always, there are unsung heroes that are behind the scenes. So Bill, Todd, Andrew, Deborah, Colette, Vito, Emily, Gabriella, Sylvia, Paige, John, Chris, Joe, Jessica, my team, Andrea, Desiree, Jennifer, Heinrich, Stephanie, and of course all the amazing speakers that are here today. And I will try to be as quick as possible for them to get up on stage and really provide you with really thoughtful and thought-provoking conversation. And of course, to the audience that is here, taking your time to be with us. What an amazing collection of young people and young at heart people. And all of those people who are watching us via live stream. What is your future of work? Do you think of yourself as a profession? Do you think of yourselves as an individual? Do you think of yourselves as a part of a larger whole? I think we have to ask these questions, right? We are studying. Why are you here? Why are you going to universities? Why are these amazing high school students here thinking about these questions, coming up with these questions that are difficult for us who have been in the field for a long time to answer? The ideas that come out from young people will drive the future. We're here to help provide you with some shoulders, hopefully, to stand upon. But also the businesses. You have to look at these young people who are here today because they're your talent pipeline for the future. Are the young people going to want to work for your company? Are you a company that's admirable? Are you a company that's doing the right thing? I think young people today want to work for a company that they admire. So I do challenge all the businesses, those who are watching this or will watch it in the future, to really think of themselves also as leaders, and they must do that. We're seized with the issue of what is a worker, what is an employer. In today's world of work, these definitions change. Recently, we had our chief statistician come to Washington to give a presentation to the U.S. Agency for International Development. And I sat there amazed myself, looking at 16 different categories of workers. Do we work for salary? Do we work for profit? Are we dependent? Are we independent? And it's a very complicated world of work. It may look like a great idea to sort of be in your PJs on the top of of a rooftop in Brooklyn, New York, and being a coder working at your own free pace. How do you keep on getting clients? How do you keep on getting paid? How do you tell a bank manager that you have enough money to buy an apartment if you don't really have the capital requirements? I mean, the world of work is changing in such a fundamental way that I think all of these basic definitions are really coming into question. Equally, the social contract. I mean, for many people, they've forgotten what that means. What is the role of government to the individuals? What is the role of society to the individuals? What are they offering us that we can't offer for ourselves? So I think all of these questions are being reproblematized. But the questions of the future of work have always been around. Those who have moved from the paddle to the sail, those who have moved from hand weaving to industrial looms, the horse to the combustion engine, artisan production to lean management systems, and production of spare parts to 3D printing. The future of work is not waiting there to receive us. It is always here with us. We are modifying. When I went to school in a small little high school on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, I was very lucky to be programming in Cobalt and Fortran. Anybody know what Cobalt and Fortran is anymore? My skills, well, everybody there has the same color hair as I do. My skills are obsolete. Think about some of the professions, and some of these will sound kind of odd to our modern generation, right? The milkman. There were no milk women, unfortunately, but the milkman. I used to have milk delivered every morning to my house in Brooklyn. The paperboy, right? Does anybody here really read a physical newspaper anymore, or are we just going online and looking at our digital feeds? So a few hands over here, great, that's good. But professions that are coming out or things that we don't learn. Cursive writing. Does anybody do cursive writing anymore? In the public school teachers, do you teach cursive writing anymore? Yeah. I don't know if those who remember Wang word processing with the amber screens, yeah. Those wonderful little tubes that just mesmerized us because they were so new and so fantastic. And if you look at these in the Museum of Technology today, they will surprise you. I want to give you a little challenge. So what will be the jobs in the future? I was talking to a group out in Denver, Colorado last year, and I came up with a couple of, looking at the kind of, at the future jobs. So your future jobs might be ethical sourcing officer, master of edge computing, the Internet of Things, a solar photovoltaic installer, wind turbine service technicians, telesurgeons, cyber city analysts, genomic portfolio directors, chief trust officer, quantum machine learning analyst, organ or body part creator, memory surgeon, commercial space pilot, which I particularly like myself, asteroid mining engineer. We're going to run out of cobalt. Where are we going to find these rare earth elements anymore? Protoplanet harvesters and robot counselors. These might all be jobs that you or your children will be looking at in the future. I hopefully will be retired and playing my piano someplace in the world. You are entering a global market, and that global market is competitive. You are not competing against the person sitting next to you, in the class with you, in the city with you, in the state with you, in the country with you. You are competing with everybody across the world because almost everything that you do can be done by somebody remotely. That is the future of work. It has changed. The ILO promotes decent work. Decent work is about the rights of the individual. This is very different from the technological changes that were taking place. We must ensure that people are shown dignity in the world of work. And also the Sustainable Development Goals, which we don't normally talk about very much in Washington, but hopefully in the academic setting we can talk about that. And I'm very proud to have been a part of a team that was negotiating some of the language where decent work is goal 8 of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We believe that actually if you have decent work and productive activities, productive employment, that you can overcome hunger, that you can get out of poverty, that you can have women's empowerment, that you can save your planet. By having decent work, by thinking about the world around you, by thinking about the people around you, I think that that's really quite important. So the ILO, what is this institution called the ILO? This venerable, ancient, 100-year-old, I know that sounds very old to many of you, but as us who approach 100 years ourselves, we start to wonder. Back in the day in 1919, out of the chaos of World War I, the ILO came into being in the Treaty of Versailles alongside the League of Nations. The Constitution of the ILO starts with the following phrase: whereas universal and lasting peace can be established only only if it is based upon social justice. That's poetry. I believe that in my heart of hearts. And that's why, after working in the UN for 35 years in 8 different agencies, the ILO is my home. And that message of social justice is really quite important. The second important foundational document of the ILO is something called the Declaration of Philadelphia. Our 26th International Labor Conference was held in 1944 in Temple University. We'll be there next Wednesday. Those who can, please join us. And that Declaration of Philadelphia that was crafted by brilliant minds, by people working hard on these issues, became the Bill of Economic and Social Rights for the Common Man. Again, we should say women and men, yes? We're more advanced now. We know our issues. Also, it states that labor is not a commodity. We're not a piece of wood or a piece of steel that you put into a machine that comes out on the other side. We are sentient beings that have aspirations and desires. We want to live a life that we feel is worthy of us and as we move forward. And also, which I think is really quite important and situates you within the larger scheme of things, is that poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. What do you have if you take tens of millions of people and put them out of work through technology? What do you do with tens of millions of people? What is the impact of that on the society itself? So we're not in this alone, we're in this together. The ILO is a normative agency. We create international standards. Our first convention is on hours of work. So you can thank us for the weekend later. Thank you very much. We are tripartite, this rather awkward term. I guess today you would call it a multi-stakeholder initiative. It's the governments and the workers and the employers sitting down together as equals, deciding what is the world of work that we want to have around us. This was a unique idea. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had stated, this was a wild dream. Whoever thought that a worker and employer can sit down equally with a government and decide how work would be structured? The ILO is also an international economic actor. The ILO brings together these workers, employers, and governments to decide what the world of work will look like, what this economy will look like. So we do have a very big social role, but we also have a very important role about knitting together what the modern economic world is about today. I'd like to talk a little bit about the ILO's relationship with the United States of America. We are a global organization, international organization, but we do have a very special relationship with the United States, and I wanted to celebrate that. In the Department of Labor, the International Labor Administration Bureau is one of our biggest contributors and has been instrumental in our fundamental rights program. Fundamental rights are no child labor, no forced labor, no discrimination, but also freedom of association and collective bargaining, so that we can work together with people who have similar interests with us to make sure that we have the same rights as all else will have. We work very closely with the Department of State as well, too, particularly the Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor. The United States has been a strategic partner for the ILO from the beginning in helping to strengthen competitiveness, extend democratic values worldwide, and to ensure global peace and prosperity. When you look at most societies that break down or you have internecine warfare, I mean, people are not focused on their own lives, on their own families, on their own societies. When people have employment, when people have a purpose in life, they have a tendency to be more peaceful. We see that, we know that. The evidence shows that. So having good jobs, not being treated as second-class citizens or third-class citizens or being discriminated or pushed on the outside is very important for peaceful societies. How did this all start? Woodrow Wilson in 1919 appointed Samuel Gompers, the president of the AFL, the American Federation of Labor, to be on the International Commission of Labor. They wrote Part 13 of the Treaty of Versailles, and that is how the ILO was created. Assistant Secretary of the Navy at the time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, had supported our first conference, which took place in Washington, D.C., in the Pan American Union Building, which is now called the Organization of American States. Francis Perkins and Cordell Hull, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Labor, Secretary of State, respectively, made the case to the Senate, and we then had the membership of the United States in 1934. We've had 2 Americans as our Director Generals, John Gilbert Wynant, the former governor of New Hampshire and the first chair of the Social Security Administration, a whole cloth idea of the ILO, which was brought here, negotiated, and brought into one of our most successful American social programs, which is Social Security today. I mean, the payments are not as good as they probably should be, but that is an idea that came out of the thinking of the International Labor Organization. David Morse was the longest-serving Director General of the ILO from 1948 to 1970 and helped expand the work of the ILO into technical cooperation. It's not enough just to think about these issues. It's not enough just to analyze these issues. You have to actually go on the ground and test this out. We've done that with child labor. We've done that with forced labor and human trafficking issues. We are working with constellations of groups around the world to eliminate these abuses and exploitations. Senator Thomas Harkin of Iowa was a champion of the elimination of child labor, and if it wasn't for his political support, we would not be here today being able to say that 100 million children in the last 19 years are no longer in child labor. The trends are down. So I'd like to conclude here with a vision of the future of work. The ILO has observed for a long time that there are new forces at work in transforming the world of work and our societies. Innovation and technological change, climate change, demographic shifts, labor mobility. These all represent major challenges, but also remarkable opportunities. And the future of our societies depends on how we deal with them, these challenges and opportunities. Unchanged, a digital economy could likely widen the regional and gender inequalities. The platform economy could recreate these unfortunate 19th century working conditions. Are we going to be digital day laborers? You know, today that most people who work on mobile apps spend 20% of their time looking for their next job. It's not very productive. We have to figure out a better way in which to make that work. The ILO's Global Commission on the Future of Work, which was established in August of 2017, set to address these issues and came up with some remarkable, I think, far-reaching decisions. The first one, and very important one for those who study international relations and even philosophy here today, is that we call for a human-centered agenda for the future of work. I spent some time last year out in Silicon Valley talking to all these technologists with all these wonderful ideas about how they're going to change the world, but not a thought given to the ethics of it. Not a thought given to the privacy issues of this as well, too. Technology is meant to help humankind, not the other way around. Investing in people, this is the cornerstone to reinvigorating the social contract. We have three pillars: investing in people, investing in institutions, and investing in decent and sustainable work. We also call for the human-in-command approach to technology. Labor, as I said, is not a commodity. We are neither robots either. Although some people wonder, why do I get a whole person when all I want is a pair of hands? So we really believe that these digital platforms must have some oversight in that. Some people sort of push back on regulation or on standards. So let me ask you, how many people here have traveled overseas in the last year? Just, yeah, okay, almost everyone. So you all took your little debit card and you put it into this strange little machine in the wall, and you put in 4 numbers or 5 numbers. And then if it doesn't come back in 30 seconds with the money in the local currency, you get very upset, right? So that is regulation. It took 3 satellites and 2 banks in order to make that exchange, to translate your dollars into yen or to yuan or into euros, right? That's globalization. That's regulation. Why do airplanes not crash into each other? Why do these big container ships in the oceans not crash into one another? This is regulations. In the old days, the castles used to have streams running through the middle of it so you'd have access to water, until the opposing forces realized you could poison the water and kill everybody in the castle and then break down the door later. We use piping. We use the plumbing in the house, right? So let's think of regulation as the plumbing for the international economic system. We can turn on the tap and use the water when we need it. We can conserve the water when we need it. We can judiciously distribute that water to everyone who needs it by having that regulation of that water. The human-centered development agenda also, we believe, will boost labor productivity. It will improve skills and increase better access to technology. And we've heard that millions of people today don't have access to technology. Can I challenge everyone to not use their telephones for 1 month? I think the older people are laughing and the younger people are actually very disappointed in that statement. But I think the reality is that we become very addicted to our technology. But what is that technology for? How is it helping us? So the future of work and our societies depends on the choices that we make, and these choices will address these challenges of inequalities, working poverty, unemployment, as well as supporting people's transitions through a carbon-neutral digital economy and take advantage of demographic opportunities. So let me leave the young people here with 3 ideas. What kind of world do you want to live in? This is your choice. I'm out of here in a few years. I'm sitting on the beach someplace. How do you want to be remembered? How do you want to structure the world around you? You have a chance to do that. Please take up that opportunity and go to it. This requires active engagement and interest. You cannot be passive. You cannot sit by and allow others to possibly do the right thing. You must do the right thing. Wonderful questions from high school students. I have a 3-year-old granddaughter. I know I look too young to have a granddaughter. She asks me the most amazing questions. Not what color the sky is in blue and this and that, but why do you do this, Grandpa? Why do you do that? Huh? And I have to think, well, I don't have an answer to that, actually. So I love the idea that there is not the parameters to young people to say, oh, we can't do that because. I love the idea of, what if we tried this? All right? Start with that premise. And also, change doesn't happen on its own. It's the active engagement. It is thinking about what the end result is for you and how you as an individual contribute to that whole. I belong to an international organization that is 100 years old, but I am one of 34 agencies, funds, and programs that make up the UN system. That is the international UN system. But there are regional organizations, there are national organizations, there are local organizations. I think someone was from the Rotarian Society here too. You all have opportunities to change the world around you. Think about the world around you. Think about the societies you want to live in and create. The diversity that we must show, the respect that we have to show to one another. When you start with that premise, you will end with a much better result. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for your inspiring words. We are so happy to have you here representing the ILO. We are now starting with the first panel of the morning, and we welcome Dr. Matherly to start with this one. We welcome the whole panel. This is titled Effective Lifelong Learning Systems at Work. Let's welcome the panel.
First of all, I'll just add my welcome to Lehigh University. We're really delighted to see so many people who are interested in this really important topic, and I'm very pleased to be chairing this first panel discussion looking at effective lifelong systems at work. And I think we heard a lot of the reasons why this is such an important topic and why this is something that figures very prominently in recommendations about what makes for a human-centered work. I will say I was reminded about a discussion I had with someone probably about 20 years ago around this topic of lifelong learning. I had hosted, at a previous institution, we had hosted a group of visiting Fulbright administrators who were looking at systems of higher education in the United States. And the term lifelong learning, of course, is something that universities have been talking about for a very, very, very long time. And this group of Fulbrighters who were from several different countries had been visiting universities, and I think every single one of us had talked about something related to lifelong learning, importance of lifelong learning, our commitment to lifelong learning. And at the end of the day, this one scholar was telling me about his impressions of it, and he says, and I just have to ask you one thing. Everybody talked about lifelong learning. Is that for real? And I thought about that because I could say probably now no one would be asking that question about is it for real? Because now not only is it real, but as we were reminded, as we were hearing about all the various forces, technology, demographics, others that are affecting change in the workforce, it's real, but it's essential in that. So just, we heard from Assistant Secretary General Harris about the various forces, especially technology forces that are driving change in the workforce. McKinsey estimates that almost 60% of jobs have at least a portion of them that can be automated. I mean, that's really mind-boggling when you begin to think about implications of what that change means, and what that means in terms of content for work and how we go about doing work, what that world of work looks like. It's essential then that we be thinking about how we help people navigate through that and find their place and relevancy in that. And so that's where this topic of lifelong learning really comes into play. And I'm joined today with a panel that's going to help unpack this concept in more detail as we really think about what we mean by that term and what are the implications of that. So let me introduce who's here with me. So immediately to my left is Gary Bowles, who is the Chair for the Future of Work at Singularity University. Gary is a lecturer, writer, and consultant on the future of work, learning, and the organization, and focuses on helping individuals, organizations, and communities and countries thrive in the transition in a global economy. He's a consultant, entrepreneur, author, educator, and thought leader on the implications of the digital work economy.
Well, this guy sounds fascinating. I want to meet him.
Next to him is Magnolia Movito, who is the Senior VP of Development and Legal Affairs for Global Minded, which is an educational, research, and nonprofit organization committed to creating a capable, diverse talent pipeline for first generation to college, at-risk, and low-income students and job seekers. She is a licensed attorney, spending more than 16 years as a tax attorney before making a change very recently to working for an educational nonprofit. And most importantly, she's escaping a terrible snowstorm in Denver, and so we're glad she's here instead of there. And then last is my colleague Bill Gaudelli. Bill is the Dean of the College of Education here at Lehigh, whose research focuses on global citizenship, education, teacher education, and development. Prior to joining Lehigh last summer, Bill served as the chair of the Department of Arts and Humanities at Teachers College, Columbia University. As Dean of the College of Education, Bill is really challenging his own faculty to be thinking about how we are preparing graduates to be effective leaders and exactly the kind of changing world that we heard so much about. And so with that, I want to begin with just this whole concept of even what we mean by lifelong learning. And so, Gary, I'll begin with you, and I'll let each of our panelists kind of weigh in on this. What does the term lifelong learning mean, and why is it so important when we think about the future of work?
So I'll give you my lens on this. So to me, the impetus, unfortunately, I come from Silicon Valley. That's where we keep the future. And the rhetoric in Silicon Valley is that we all have to become lifelong learners because there's this autonomous road munching machine running behind you. And you've got to stay ahead and continually keep yourself relevant because technology is going to continually change things. And instead, I'd like to sort of change the calculus. There's a book called The Three Boxes of Life that was written back in '76 that talked about the arc of our lives. And I think Mr. Harris was talking about this earlier. So this big chunk of learning, the big chunk of education, and then this big chunk of work, and then this big chunk of leisure in what I call the period formerly known as retirement. And so the premise was you needed to really spend all this time investing in gathering information. You're this little human being, and we want you to grow to a big human being, and you've got to get all this information stuffed into your head. And then you could amortize that investment over a period of a career. And well, that's not the world we live in anymore. And so the mentality of lifelong learning is that actually there are problems that you feel you are optimized to solve, that you have a unique mix of talents and skills and abilities. And because nobody gave you the user manual of you when you came out of the womb, you had to figure that out. We're all trial and error machines. You have to figure out the kinds of problems that you're most optimized to solve, that you're fascinated by. That's what lifelong learning is to me, is to be able to have the gene activated in each of us that makes us fascinated by things. It finds the things that we're fascinated by and the problems we want to continue to solve. And hopefully we can continue to do that in ways that people want to pay us because we're so good at it.
In my case, from an equity perspective, it would be access for people to have resources and networks for learning and practical know-how. It can be through self-guided learning, MOOCs, free online courses, nearly free or free courses and instruction that is not exorbitant, such that it will not prevent young adults from launching their lives, as well as those that have been like long-term unemployed to relaunch their lives. It must be equitable. Otherwise, if the cost of learning is a lot more than the opportunity for work, then only the wealthy can participate in lifelong learning.
So thank you. Good morning. It strikes me as very ironic that we're having this conversation in the former research headquarters of Bethlehem Steel, and we're talking about the future of work. There's a certain irony in that this building was created, actually the building we're in now, was created to see the future for Bethlehem Steel. And we all sort of know the ending of that story. It didn't work out quite so well for them. I think about that in the context of lifelong learning, because there is an obvious need, as Gary said, to be a lifelong learner, and for institutions and for societies to be lifelong learners in aggregate. And yet the obvious sort of pattern is that we don't learn really well. And so I think of it more as an adjustment to the social dynamic and change. So that really, if we think about the species and sort of big picture issue, the species is fundamentally a learning species. Like, that's who we are. And that is what brought us to this point in sort of modernity and its apex that we're experiencing now. The challenge is that the changes are so dramatic, so dynamic, and so pervasive that it requires us to be even more adroit at lifelong learning, even more adroit at developing our own learning than perhaps we have the capacity to be. So I think of it as a challenge of not only the content of what to learn and the skills in which to engage, but also the kind of metacognitive challenge of how do you learn to learn more effectively or to optimize one's own learning. And I think that is an ongoing challenge within the discourse of lifelong learning.
So, Gary, you write a lot on this topic of future work and how people remain relevant in that. What do you see as some of the particular challenges and even barriers to be developing kind of mindsets and skill sets for future work?
So, I'm going to start with the mindset and skill set. So, I'll just give you a sort of analogy. So, you're standing at the bottom of a mountain, and I wave a magic wand. And suddenly you have all the skill set that you need to be a mountain climber. You've got all the tools, but you look up at the mountain and you look up, it's cold and snowy. That just doesn't look like I want to do this. It looks too hard. So you have all the skill set that you need, but you don't have the mindset. So now I wave a magic wand and you've got the mindset to climb the mountain, but you don't necessarily have the skill set. So what do? You take one step and then another step and then another step, and then you're going to encounter problems along the way, and you're going to solve those problems. And then eventually you're standing at the top of the mountain looking down and saying, well, that wasn't quite so hard. So mindset and skill set actually work together. And I think one of our greatest challenges is that we focus so much in traditional education on sort of basic skill set and not even all of the skill set. We tend to focus on just the knowledges, like the bodies of information that we need to help get into our heads. And that came from a model where was information? It was in the heads of instructors and on the books on the shelves of the libraries. Where's the information in the world today? It's in these digital distraction machines that we all carry around. And so it's the transferable skills. It's the skills that we use in a range of different situations. It's the problem-solving skills, which we unfortunately call soft skills. They're actually very substantial. But the skills that we use that allow us to be able to solve problems in a wide variety of different contexts, those are the ones we're not actually explicitly teaching in many cases. And those are the ones, you've heard so much about the pace of change, the constant impact of technology on our lives. That's only accelerating. It's only moving faster and faster in an exponential curve. But it's those adaptive skills, those are skills that we use in a variety of different situations that are most necessary. And the barrier, unfortunately, is that we've got still an industrial era kind of mindset in the way that we learn. We still think of being in a process that is sort of mass producing understanding and learning. And I think we're at a unique period in time where we can actually break that apart. We can unbundle that, and we can create the opportunities for learning that is just in time, that is the information we need to be able to solve this problem in front of us. It's just in context. It's specifically about the problems that I'm solving. And it's collaborative. It's where we're working with others to be able to solve those problems. And unfortunately, there's a lot of our traditional education systems that are simply not calibrated for those. So I think that's where the greatest opportunities are.
Right. And so Magnolia, Global Minded is focused then on how to help ensure that there's access for these kind of opportunities so that people are developing these kind of mindset skill sets to be competitive in the workforce. Could you speak a little bit about just your own passion for that mission, but in particular too, then what do you see are some of the biggest challenges then in terms of helping people then get that kind of access?
All right, so I'll have to talk about a little bit about my personal background to be able to respond to the first question. So I grew up in the Philippines, a third world country, and I had one meal a day. That was all I got. My parents were not wealthy. I got scholarships all the way until I got my JD. I was a single mother for a long time. I ended up becoming one of the youngest faculty members of the University of the Philippines College of Law. I started my career at Arthur Andersen, which ultimately became Ernst & Young as a tax attorney. So I had all of those sacrifices that I did back in the days, and about 10 years ago, I moved to the United States. I went to the University of Denver to get my LLM in tax, and then actually got interviewed by Ernst & Young in Chicago. And the guy that interviewed me was an immigrant himself. And he opened the door for me, and I started working as an international tax specialist in EY Chicago. And then in 2013, I was told by one of my friends, he's like, why don't you take the bar exams in the United States? Well, I'm not eligible. I have a foreign law school JD. And he's like, no, try and ask that question. And I went and I called the admissions office, and before you know it, I filed a petition with the Colorado Supreme Court to sit for the bar exams, and they approved it. And because they did, I took the bar exams. First day, blue screen of death. It didn't work. My computer on my third question, it crashed. But I still continued on. I said, okay, I'm going to finish this bar exams. Passed it the first take. And in 2013, the same year, I got a call from one of the top partners in Ernst & Young in Houston saying, I want you to build a practice within Ernst & Young. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm a female immigrant I don't know anyone, you're asking me to build a practice within the Big Four. And he said, yes, I'm asking you to do that. And so I did, and then $50 million after I built my own empire there, I decided, you know what, it's time to give back to the community, to the world. And so this is why I'm doing Global Minded now, to help first generation to college students succeed, the underrepresented individuals. What is a common theme among all of that experience is doors. It's like, I don't know, there's a lot of young people here. So Monsters, Inc., if you remember that animated movie, so many doors, right? That's the theme of my life. Think about that. University of Denver, open its doors so I can get the formal learning here in the United States, which I didn't have, right? And then you have the Colorado Supreme Court opening the door so that I can get my license as an attorney. This guy who was an immigrant who said, this woman doesn't know anything about U.S. tax, but I love her energy. I'm gonna hire her. And then finally my boss in Houston who said, you are gonna build a practice in Ernst & Young. So all of these are doors, and that's why I'm so passionate about Global Minded, because I'm kind of like the poster child. We want to have more people like myself where there will be doors open, because there will be mentorship and hopefully sponsorship, role models that will inspire people like myself, the underprivileged, to be able to not just finish education, because first generation to college students, 89% dropout rate. Not only are we trying to address that, but to hopefully get them to a place where when they're actually in the workforce they're going to be successful. Challenges, so to the second question. There's so many challenges. I think, you may have all the free online courses, you can have all the learning that you want, but at the end of the day, it's a question of self-motivation. How do you motivate a person, to go in and get those lifelong learning system, access all of those systems. But I will have a very, very concrete example of the future of work and how I saw that in the accounting and tax world. About 2 years ago at Ernst & Young, we rolled out the RPA, robotics process automation, to our clients. We've been using, all the Big Four has been using robotics for many years, but now we're rolling it out. And I remember some of the accountants that I'm friends with, my clients, were like so worried. It's like, wait, we're gonna lose our jobs. This technology, there's robots. What is this? They're gonna take over all our jobs. I'm like, okay, let's think about this. You guys, you're doing journal entries, plugging in all of those numbers, right? What if the bots can do those for you? Instead of looking at all of these invoices, putting in Excel spreadsheets, the bots will do it for you. Then that frees up your time to do strategic decision making, right? Look at it, look at technology as a friend. Look at it from the perspective that this is an opportunity for me to actually start using my brain rather than using my hand, plugging in journal entries. You know, I said, at the end of the day, I don't care how sophisticated a bot is. I don't care how sophisticated it is, how good it is, but the bots are not able to go in and look at new legislation or look at ASC 740 or US GAAP rules and regulations and say, oh, we're applying this to this particular item of income or expense, and this is what's going to happen. No, only humans can do that. And that's the value of having these bots. Let them do the repetitive tasks and let you do all of the thinking. That's what humans should be doing. So that's the application that I saw in my own personal experience of that.
Great, yeah. And again, technology seems to come up again as being both a disruptor. But Bill, I'm going to put to you, and I think Gary will probably want to weigh in on this one as well. You know, we tell you about technology as the disruptor to this, but how do you see technology, what role do you see it playing, ensuring that people then can remain competitive, can do the reskilling and upskilling that's going to be required by world of work? How are you thinking about that in terms of things that you're doing over in education?
Yeah, I think that technology allows us to, or it has eroded the sort of time-space constraints in such a way that we can connect virtually, like many people are online right now, and have a similar experience, if not the same experience. And so eventually I think we'll get to a point where that kind of simulated virtual reality or augmented reality will become increasingly real life so that we don't have to go to a conference. We can, you know, send our hologram or visit in some other way. I do think there's some value to that, but I would add this, that technology is just the tool in the sense that we ought to focus more on the experiences that technology allows us to create. Like that to me is the essence of where learning occurs. And we still have not accepted the principle, although we give it a lot of lip service in education and elsewhere, that we learn through doing, or we learn by experience, or we learn experientially. We say that often, but we actually don't enact it often. We still abide by the principle of the idea of direct instruction, right? And you know, if you're a reader of John Dewey like I am, the principle that John Dewey espoused was that we always learn by environment. We learn through settings and situations that we then reflect upon and draw insight out of. And if we think about it in those terms, experiential learning is not something that's added on to an experience. It is the foundation of learning. And we say that, but I don't think we believe it, and we don't abide it in the way that we institutionalize curriculum, instructional practices, et cetera. It's something we add on, or it's a nice thing to have, it's not necessary. No, actually, it's the core of it. If you think about the way, let's say, airline pilots learn to avoid catastrophe, they do so through simulation that constantly recreates a catastrophic situation that they have to think their way out of. And they're always novel and they're always unique. Like that's a sort of real life example of a potentially tragic one, of how people are taught to engage through experience. So it's not that experience comes after or added on, or often like in our curriculum, it's a seminar at the end where you go out into the field and learn about teaching, let's say. No, it should be inverted. Like that is the central focus. Like the experience of doing and the reflection upon that doing, and then connecting to understanding the theorizing of that doing, that's the essence. And technology allows us to create new grounds on which to create those experiences. So for me, that's the core.
Yeah. So take us to the future in Silicon Valley. How do you all think about that?
So, you know, I'm fond of throwing hand grenades into the proceedings. So, so first off, I want us always to be careful about words like upskilling and reskilling, because anything sounds like an industrial era process where something's being done to you, I get a little worried. If instead we're talking about, you're focusing on your fascinations, the kinds of problems that you most want to solve, and you're continually learning and adapting, then that to me is that's the goal. So. What unfortunately a lot of the rhetoric nowadays is the dystopian sort of thing is how robots and software are going to take away all these different jobs. Robots and software don't take away jobs. They just perform tasks. That's all they do. It's a human's decision if a job goes away. So this constant process of trying to envision what the new work of tomorrow is and adapting to do that, Where I think our real opportunity is to think about, we've been using technology as basically taking away from the negative side of the ledger. That is, it takes away all these human tasks and we've got to keep running ahead and doing the next thing. Instead, we can be taking the same amount of energy and money and time and taking away human tasks and said, let's flip it and let's think about all the ways technology can enhance humans. So I'm just going to give you one example. So there's a woman by the name of Mary Lou Jepson, a good friend of mine. She works in a Quonset hut in Sausalito, California, just north of San Francisco. And she's working on a device that is about the size of a video cassette. How many of you have ever seen a video cassette? Just want to set the age level of the audience. So, and she's going to be able to hook it up to a sensor, and she's going to be able to, within a couple of years, she's just demoed the very basic level of this. You're going to be able to do a scan of the human body that is 1 billion times better than an X-ray in full color in 3 dimensions in your own home. But that's not the crazy part. Mary Lou thinks that she can hook it up to a skull cap and we'll be able to read the human mind. Now, the reason she thinks she can do that is if you go on YouTube, you'll see that the Harvard study was done. A bunch of graduate students were stuck into an MRI machine, shown a picture of a train, shown a picture of a railroad station, and then there was AI software, artificial intelligence software, that was watching the neurons firing and had to guess what picture they were looking at. Now, it's not exactly like a train, it's not exactly like an elephant, but it's pretty much close. And that's with the poor resolution of an MRI. Imagine having 1 billion times better resolution and being able to not only see as you're watching a movie, reading a book, but know that you have actually learned that particular task. That's just one example of the kinds of technologies we can take. And rather than going to the negative side of the ledger, think of the ways that we actually enhance human capabilities, enhance our own understandings of our own abilities. And so you'll have AI software that will learn the way your mind works and is going to help you to continually be presented with problems that actually are adapted to the way your mind works so that you can actually learn faster. Well, it actually exists. It's a company called Squirrel AI Learning. It's based in China. It's been around for 2 years. It already has 1 million customers. It already has 1 million kids that are using it for after-school learning. That's because it's modeling the way their minds work and helping them with math and science problems. So I'm not saying technology is the panacea. Technology has helped to create a number of these challenges as well. It's not going to solve every single one of them, but we can be thinking differently about how we apply the technologies so that we can actually learn better, faster, and as I was saying, just in time and just in context.
Yeah. So that's a really compelling vision. But as we were also reminded when Assistant Secretary General Harris spoke, we need to also think about sort of questions of equity and access, especially when we think about sort of the implications of particular digital divide to that. So how do we ensure then that there's sort of equitable access to that kind of future? And Gary, I'll let you respond, but I will also be interested in Magnolia and Bill's response on that.
I'm going to give you a very short one because I think this is your area of expertise. So we're very fond of things, always through the latest fad. Now in Silicon Valley, it's design thinking. So what does design thinking do? It has you basically try to model the problem as you understand it, try to think how the customer thinks and so on. What we don't do is a lot of times when we go to model the problem that we're trying to solve is we don't think about all of the negative consequences, the negative externalities. They're sort of written off by engineers. And so that's why we get some of these challenges, like you might have heard about this thing called fake news and Facebook and that sort of thing. That's how you get systems that were not designed to think about all the negative potential problems that can come about. So I think that's our greatest challenge, is we need to help the people that are creating these technologies for tomorrow to have the most inclusive understanding of the kinds of populations that they're working with. And not to treat it like people who are over there, but to actually make people that we're building these technologies for part of the process so that we make sure that we're not creating these strongly negative dystopian futures.
For me, it's just like piggybacking on what he said. It's like making sure that the technology has the human factor in it. I think that's what's sometimes getting lost along the way. So.
Yeah, and I think it's simply recognizing the dignity and the worth of each human being. And that's really, unfortunately, it's a relatively new idea, but I think it's a widely espoused idea, and it's one that if we abide that in the way that we think about setting up the educational sector, and we are serious about it, we commit the resources to it, we certainly have the wherewithal to accomplish it. It's a question of will.
I think sort of related to that is this question of responsibility for this lifelong learning ecosystem and where that sits. And again, I think we were challenged this morning in particular to think about is the responsibility sort of sitting with the individual, or is there a larger sort of a larger community of kind of responsibility to that? So, Bill, do you see that it's a primarily a responsibility for the individual to be thinking about how to remain relevant, how to take advantage of the lifelong learning ecosystem, or is it really what's the role for industry, government, and even more particular educational institutions?
I really think of it as broadly socially informed, and that all these sectors have a role to play, and there should be much more cooperation across sectors, as we heard from previous speakers. That's really crucial. I do think universities in particular have a very important role to play here, and since they are, in a sense, these places that we've set up for the transfer and the development of knowledge, then they really have an important role to play as institutions for education and providing access. And there's a whole lot of work to be done to get beyond the kind of the high-walled environment in which universities exist, unfortunately. And so that's a big piece of it. I think another big piece of it is the media. As some have already raised, like the media has an important and affirmative role to play with respect to educating the society. And it's not based on purely a consumption model of clicks. It's got to be based on something that is an ethical commitment to sharing information that is valid and that is accurate and that is true. And so that's a piece as well that we've not talked much about, but it's an important factor in all this. But I really think if we have a sort of utopic vision to kind of flip the dystopic, is that we could create, in a relatively, couple hundred years span of time, a truly educative society that is global, where education is sort of foundational and fundamental to all that happens within the social organism. That to me is incredibly exciting, and that's the kind of vision that we have to have about where we could go as a species in a short period of time, relatively short period of time, that will be possible. And unfortunately, I think as was mentioned before, leaders are not talking about these issues. They're sidestepping. They're very short term in their vision. We've got to get to a much longer term vision of where we're going as a people on a planet. And I think that kind of orientation about an educative society that is deeply utopic is one that is also very attractive and one we could build towards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So before we open it up here shortly for questions and discussion here with the audience, I'd like for us to play to our, attempt to be futurists for a few minutes here. In particular, let's think about the very particular role that higher education kind of sits in this particular space. And I'd like for each of you to comment on what role do you see for higher education in preparing people for this kind of obligation around lifelong learning. And the provocative part, and I know you all are going to be good at this part, projecting out 20 or 30 years, what do you think has to change in order for higher education to be relevant in this kind of space? And Gary, you want to start with that?
Oh, sure. So I wrote a long piece called Unbundling Higher Education, which made me very unpopular with a lot of heads of colleges. So, and incidentally, just to be, truth in advertising, I don't have enough college to stuff into a thimble. So it's rather ironic that I would have an opinion, but maybe that just makes me an outlier. I actually produced a conference 8 years ago on the future of higher education, and you can see the videos at degree.org, DGREE.org. And my favorite tweet, we were talking basically about, we were laying down what we thought was a pretty breathtaking vision of how the world was going to transform. We talked about things like, that basically our education systems they're going to transform themselves dramatically, because the business model, the approach, this whole mentality of this 4-year, especially inflection point or 8-year inflection point in our lives, is actually a sort of a point in time anomaly. Lifelong learning has nothing to do with a degree. It has nothing to do with a specific body of information you gather at a particular period in your life. And my favorite tweet from the event was the startups are pitching and the academics are bitching. All the startups we had there were continually seeing this as a brand new opportunity to completely reinvent the entire world of learning. And all the academics were saying, oh, we're innovating just fine, don't look over here. I know you did that whole thing to media and newspapers and magazines, but don't do that to higher education. Just leave us alone. And so what I think of as the opportunity 20 to 30 years down the road is this, what if we just wipe it all out? What if we started from scratch? How would you want that little human being to become a big human being? What would be the different phases of their lives? What would be the different roles of their lives? What would be the different kinds of things they'd want to achieve in their lives? Now, hit a button. What do we do? What do we design? Well, we want to design systems that are continually adapting to who they are and helping them to discover more about who they are. Think of every young person in the room. You know what you are? You're a garden. You've got a bunch of seeds inside of you. Well, how do the seeds grow? You've got to have the sunlight. You've got to have the right soil. You've got to, so if the education system in which you are learning about yourself is helping you to grow, to have the shoots get larger, to become trees, then that's the right environment. But if it's not, then we have to redesign that system from scratch. And so it can help you to learn what those seeds are and to develop them throughout your entire life. So that's my vision of 20 to 30 years down the road, is we actually have completely changed the calculus. You're going to have AI software that is going to know you deeply, intimately. It's going to learn how your mind works. It's going to help you to be able to understand the kinds of problems you most want to solve and be able to get the information that you want. You're going to be able to collaborate with people around the world. You're going to have so little friction that you're going to dynamically join problem-solving teams with people that you never even met. You're going to have the kinds of systems that are going to allow you to be able to understand the problems that you could be solving and be able to go find those opportunities. And we're going to be able to see the kinds of barriers that we see now, barriers of language, barriers of geography start to dissipate. Now, there's all sorts of negative potential challenges, but as Bill was saying, if we envision this as a positive future where there actually is a learned society, a knowledgeable society, and we've made those technologies so that they are as widely accessible to as every person on the planet, then we've actually created that more positive future.
Magnolia, how do you see that, especially with the populations of students you're focused on? What needs to change? What is your vision 20, 30 years out?
20, 30 years. So I was a law professor for many years, and I remember going to law school prior to me being a law professor, and it's like the sage on the stage kind of model, right? Where our professors were our gods, and they're just like telling us what to do, just listening. How I would like to see it in 20 to 30 years is where students and faculty members co-create the future, where the faculty members are not just the ones, throwing everything on the students, but rather they're more like facilitators, coaches kind of deal, so that the students themselves invest in their own education. And with that, that they will bring value in the workforce once they're done. So it's like a symbiotic relationship where it's not just a one-sided thing, but rather both of them like really working with each other to co-create their own future, and not, it's not wisdom being just from top down. So that's what hopefully I can see change in our education system.
Yeah.
I hope so too. So I would say we always have to remind ourselves at universities that higher ed has been around for at least 700 years. So we have ancient ways of thinking in our DNA. And then if we try to pivot, and reconfigure and are disrupted, we have to recognize that there's a lineage and a trajectory and a history to all that we do in higher ed and ed institutions generally. That said, I think we have to increasingly muddy the boundaries about where universities or colleges exist, so that there's greater points of access. And providing or changing the business model completely. I mean, as many people have already pointed out, the business model is wrong. It's all front-loaded. There's a huge investment on the front end, and it's supposed to last you for 30 years. We know that's a product of the industrial era, and it doesn't work anymore. And yet we're still stuck in that business model. So we've got to upend the business model within higher ed, and we've got to change it so that it's more disaggregated and takes advantage of the educated society resources that are now available and the technologies that are available that have brought this issue to the fore. So I think we have to be more inviting to the change that we're seeing, less concerned about how it will protect us and more interested in how we can promote a better society. So broadly speaking, and I know I'm not trying to be critical of the whole sector. I mean, there are great things happening at universities across the world, but these are challenges that the sector faces, and part of them are an inheritance of the ancientness of the university structure as it's given to us today.
I think it certainly speaks, and I think and how this fits within the context of everything we've discussed, that it's imperative that universities be thinking about how they evolve in order to remain relevant for the kinds of needs and kinds of directions of the workforce. And I know I've shared this with several of the colleagues here at Lehigh. I've been very interested in some of the work that places such as Georgia Tech have done, of kind of taking this kind of really very far-thinking approach of what happens if the world is much like what Gary was talking about, and how does that look different, and things like what would happen if higher education now became a subscription-based model instead of a front-loaded model, and how would that look different in things with being delivered. So we're at a point of change, I think is inevitable in what we're hearing, and as one within the enterprise, hopefully we can figure out how to remain relevant for that as well. We have about 15 minutes, I think, to take some questions from the attendees, and so please, let's hear what you're interested in discussing with our panelists. And I think, Bill, there's a hand right behind you. There.
Hi. I know that we have a lot of young people here. I'm somebody who does know what a cassette is. Big Pharma is all go looking for the two golden rings, and that's the cure for being fat and for Alzheimer's. So when you talk about AI being a way of learning, how is this being looked at from the elderly perspective? So because the cost of Alzheimer's or dementia is significant.
So, okay. So I'll come at that from two different directions. So one is the uses of technology and sort of the intersection of what we call exponential technologies. So and I think that Mr. Harris was referring to some of these earlier, but so if you take biotech, nanotech, and what we unfortunately call artificial intelligence, machine learning, and you sort of look at the intersection of them, and then some of the technologies around scanning, like with Mary Lou, the company's called Open Water, by the way, with the body scanner. I think we're at an inflection point where we're starting to crack enough of the code, enough of the underlying mechanisms, where we're starting to see the direction of what it is that some of the different challenges that are affecting us as we age. And the mind-related ones are that is the blackest of black boxes. It's the hardest thing to crack. But I think we're at an inflection point where there's enough people that are focusing on trying to gather information about the problem and try to provide the right kind of solutions. Often that'll end up coming from drugs and pharma. Are we 10 years away? Are we 20 years away? I'm very hopeful that we've got a lot of innovation focused on that arena. Where I think we need to be thinking differently is that we in the past have had this, every culture in the world has a different attitude towards its elderly. We've got a little bit too much of the disposable mentality in the United States. And I think what we need to be thinking about are the ways that we can help people as they age, whether or not it's just pure function of aging, or there are some other challenges related to dementia, Alzheimer's, and other degenerative diseases, that we are actually trying to give people the technologies that allow them to lead meaningful and productive lives for as long as possible. We're very, very likely, there's a book called The 100-Year Life that's fascinating reading. We're very, very likely, because we've got so many innovators focusing on so many different aspects of how we age, we're very likely to be able to fix a variety of the challenges that our bodies face so that we will be able to predictably have a 100-year life. Ray Kurzweil, the co-founder of Singularity University, thinks we're close to the 600-year life. So some of you would say, well, wait a minute, what about the 100-year career? So there's people in the audience thinking, oh my God, 10 decades of work. So I think we have to solve all these problems as a society as we go along, because the technology is actually going to help us probably to crack these codes pretty quickly. It's within our lifetime, literally within our lifetimes, that we're going to start to see greater and greater life extension. So that's where I think we need to have the dialogue now. We need to be focusing on how we think about aging, how we provide the kinds of context for aging, and especially as we have a massively aging population, how they can age in place. And we can apply technology to be able to do that, and through all of that, help them to become lifelong learners as well, because I call it the period formerly known as retirement. My father passed away 2 years ago. He was rewriting his book, What Color's Your Parachute? He rewrote the most recent edition of it in his final year on this planet. And so this is what I think many of us are going to want to do, is to want to be able to continue to solve the problems of tomorrow. We just are going to need to change the way we think about how people age to a completely different model.
Right. I think this raises a very important issue that we hadn't so much talked about, but the relationship, as we talk about lifelong learning, with the fact that people are indeed going to have longer and productive careers for much longer in their lives. And Bill, Magnolia, either of you want to add anything just as a thought about that, on how that issue of lifelong learning relates to this idea that indeed we're talking about longer careers, adult learners, very different issues there to that.
Well, one thing I was thinking about is that, we talk about this sort of expansiveness of the body and the ability to sort of embody learning forever or for a long period of time. But there's also on the near horizon is the possibility of downloading one's mind into some type of cyber environment and then living in an eternity in that environment. I know that sounds very wonky, but I've been reading about it. It's very interesting, and I think it raises all kinds of ethical issues and also personal issues about how long one would want to exist in some form. But I do think we're in a very exciting time with respect to things that you could have never possibly imagined are in a relatively short span of time going to become a real possibility. And then what happens? So there are very important questions that we have to be thinking about carefully.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, there.
So, considering the fact that lifelong learning is just that, lifelong, for the last 100 years, community colleges in the United States have been the premier providers of lifelong learning, and for the past 50 or so years, they've been actually exporting that model, as many folks in the room know, to other countries to provide lifelong learning and retooling for the workforce, reskilling for the workforce. So I'm curious to know how higher ed in the traditional sense and from a policy sense can look to these 2-year community and technical kind of vocational colleges that are incredibly workforce-based and are incredibly responsive to the direct communities that they serve.
All right. Who would like to take that one?
Well, I mean, first I'd say there are great lessons to be learned in that model because you're right. They are very much more responsive than, let's say, research universities are to the communities that they serve. And so they have less friction, I'd say, less tension around that. And I think that makes a really good way of thinking about the future of higher ed across the board. And knowing that there will always be different types of institutions and the expectations of those institutions, let's say, to create research and to contribute to fields of learning. Of course, that's a different expectation. But you're right. I mean, there's a great model there in terms of how you can do really meaningful outreach and support community development.
Let me just throw in some of that. So I think it's a great question. So a couple of sort of quick thoughts on that. So first is that I feel the pain of decision makers in universities. We talked a lot about the business model. I don't know of any other business. What business do you know of treats you for 4 years as a customer and for the rest of your life as a cash register? the warm glow of your time there, you're going to just keep on throwing money as an alumnus. But community colleges have always had to be, where the rubber meets the road. Very much on the ground, helping people to go through those transitions. So I feel the pain of university decision makers, because until very recently, your feet weren't held to the fire in many cases for the future employability of your students, especially liberal arts colleges. My son just graduated from Oberlin with an archaeology degree, so of course he's financially set for life. And but how many middle-class families can continue to afford a $250,000 four-year liberal arts degree? I mean, it's just so what happened to me, I'm a recovering journalist. I used to run 6 technology magazines in the 90s, and it's a cruddy business. I wouldn't do that anymore. But the business models are actually fairly similar. And so the basic premise that you can unbundle all of that and be able to get just what you want, you do that now. You don't go and don't buy a lot of magazines and newspapers. You read an article, you read a headline, you see a picture. So this is probably the way we're going to see learning opportunities are going to be. They're going to unbundle. There's going to be a range of different opportunities to be able to get them. Community colleges will play an increasingly pivotal role because they are about just-in-time learning and just-in-context learning. They're following the model. And what we saw in the media business is it's actually those on the ground, closer to the customer kinds of businesses that are much more adaptive. And so I think there is not only a partnership, but one of the things that those institutions can all help people to solve together, help the customer, the learner to solve together. One of the greatest challenges we're going to have as human beings going forward is that 17 to 18-year-old inflection point. Because right now, you have the massive, overwhelming number of choices of where you turn your attention when you go to read media, when you go to gather information. You're going to have exactly the same kinds of challenges at the age of 17 or 18. Imagine when that's all unbundled, you have all these different opportunities. Navigating that, parents will always be behind the curve. They're behind the curve now. They're following the old rules of work. One of the reasons you see these scandalous decisions by some parents is that they're following the old rules of work. They still think their kids had to go to the right school and get the right degree and get into the right business. And all of those rules are changing so rapidly. And so instead, how can you as institutions help your customers to better, and part of your customers are those parents, help them to understand this changing landscape and what future success can be for those young learners. It's those range of opportunities you need to help them with. That's the challenge of tomorrow.
I'm going to try to, we're getting close to time. I'm going to try to squeeze in 2 last questions. I see one hand over there, and then I'll end with Assistant Secretary General Harris. Yes.
Hi, my name is Rashika Rahatki, and I'm a freshman at Parkland High School. So as a student, I'm looking into working into fast food or a similar job to get my first taste, essentially a basic overview of the working world. If devices replace these types of jobs, where else will someone like me who lacks the knowledge to make decisions on behalf of a company gain this type of real-life experience?
That's great. Magnolia, do you want to take a stab at that one?
I don't think that flipping burgers will ever go away, but I think
we haven't been to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah. We got robots for that. Yeah.
Well, where are you going to go? I don't think that there will be a lack of work for people like yours. I have a 17-year-old, and she's been asking the same questions, like, hey, Mom, before I graduate high school, I really want to be able to immerse myself in the workforce so that I can gain skills that I don't usually gain in high school, right? And I just always try to tell her, first of all, what are you most passionate about? I like Mr. Harris's talk this morning, where in the future there will be the memory surgeon or something like that. There's so many different things that will be out there, I believe, that are not present right now, that will be available to you, maybe not like literally now, but in the next few years. And I don't think that there will be any lack of work skills that you will be able to gain, not just from the usual brick and mortar places that we think about, but beyond that. We were talking about working remotely. Your competition is not just within McDonald's, for example, in Pennsylvania, but McDonald's may be somewhere else. It will be a very global kind of dynamics that we will be into, and I just happen to think that it will not be limited just because the robots or whatever technology is taking over all of these work that we have right now. So that's just my own sense.
That's great. Yeah. So our final question.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question that is a bit provocative. As we move along,
We have 3 minutes.
Provoke away.
The more society evolves, the more specialized knowledge we acquire. Yeah? And someone who wants to work in any given field is going to be expected to have a basic minimum of that specialized knowledge in order to be able to work effectively. Gary, I'm willing to bet that your friend who has that body scanner is an absolute expert in some particular field and could not do that work without that expert knowledge being brought into the task. Now, that, for me, sounds like a plea to maintain the institutions of higher learning that equip people with that basic starting set of skills, which they then continually refine over time. How do you see that? I mean, I wonder if the generalist has a place in the world of tomorrow.
So can I take that one? So
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the provocation. So there's research going back to the 1950s when we had to create what we call a consumer economy post-World War II. An amazing guy by the name of Sidney Fine, who was sort of an honorary uncle of mine. He came up with this idea. It's called the father of the Dictionary of Occupational Titles. And he basically broke down skills into sort of 2 categories. It's the knowledges that you're talking about, but then these transferable skills that I was talking about. Unfortunately, we call them hard and soft skills, but really it's this combination of rooted information anchored in a particular arena, or our ability to be able to empathize, to be able to help people, to be able to analyze information, all these skills that are usable in a range of different situations. Those are the foundational skills that I would say, those transferable skills. And we often sort of punt and we say, well, that's what a liberal arts education is for. But I think increasingly we're seeing schools need to help us to be able to do this from scratch. You want a great example, the Logan School in Denver, where you are. It's literally starts with passion-based learning with kindergartners. But to your point about the knowledges that are needed to solve particular problems, I'm just going to give you one example. There's a woman that I know who runs an educational publication, and her son, teenage son, for his summer internship, he was supposed to work at a small business in his town. He happens to be in San Mateo, California. And he was going to work for the IT manager and just do odd stuff. And so I think the kid's 16. Shows up for the first day, it's summer, asks to see the IT manager, and the office manager tells him, well, I'm sorry, he quit. But we have this security software that needs to be installed on every computer. Can you do that? He goes home, he looks on YouTube, he reads the user manual, and through the course of the summer, he installs that software flawlessly on every computer in the company. Now, what educator in the room isn't a little nervous? This is what young people do, is there was a problem to be solved. You are all problem solvers. That's why people pay you. That's why we pay people. Now, we know in every organization there's some people that think it's their job to create problems, and you know who they are. But for the most part, we're problem solvers. That's it. And we use our skills to solve those problems. So to your point about the generalist, what the generalist learns is to be able to adapt to a wide variety of situations and a lot of pattern recognition from having information from a range of different situations. So IBM has this model called T-skills, and what they talk about is that there's a vertical, which is you're deep on something, and then your horizontal, that is you are curious. You continue to be curious about a range of different things. Now imagine that as a portfolio of learning. You are continually curious, and you're adding more and more of these lanes of the vertical bars as you go through your life. That is our opportunity, but those will be shorter and shorter learning processes. It won't be that kid going back to school to learn how to install security software. It's going to be what he can learn overnight from YouTube.
And so with that, as a nervous educator, thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our panel.
All right. That's great.
All right.
Thank you, Cheryl, Gary, Bill, and Magnolia for a passionate and thought-provoking discussion on lifelong learning and the future of decent work. We would now welcome Kevin Cassidy, Director of the ILO Office of the United States, back to center stage, together with panelists for our next discussion on a transformative agenda for equality at work.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Our panel now will be speaking about the transformative agenda on equality at work. My name is Kevin Cassidy. I'm the quiet one on the corner. I'm going to do something slightly different because I always feel awkward introducing people because there are so many amazing people here. And if I could ask our panelists to introduce themselves, their name, their title, their affiliation, and one thing they want to challenge you with. So we're going to get it right kicked off now. So we're going to start with Liz, so please.
So my name is Liz Myers. I'm a Managing Associate for Gender and Social Inclusion at Nathan Associates. Can everyone hear me? No. I don't think my microphone's on.
Are the microphones on?
Hi, my name's Liz Myers. I'm a Managing Associate for Gender and Social Inclusion at Nathan Associates, an economic consulting firm. And I think one thing I want to challenge everyone in this room is to think about how do we change norms and how do we change the entire workplace culture at institutions and companies and organizations, because until we really change norms and organizational culture, we're not going to see meaningful equity and equality in the world of work.
Hello, I am Serena Fong. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs. Actually, Vice President of Strategic Engagement. Sorry, my title changed fairly recently at Catalyst. Catalyst is a nonprofit organization that works to advance women in the workplace. And one thing that I would challenge everybody here today is think about what you can do. One action, be it small, large, or what have you, that can contribute to building a more gender-inclusive workplace.
Hi, my name is JJ Rosenbaum. I'm the U.S. Director for Global Labor Justice. Global Labor Justice is a strategy hub that works with organized workers and migrants and women in the United States and in other countries to look at the new levers of the global economy, including supply chains, financialization, and migration corridors, and find ways that working people can work together across borders. If I could challenge us today, and I think this panel is going to dive right in, I'd challenge us to look not only at the college-educated workers and workers that are perhaps most likely to be influenced by technology, but also think about all kinds of workers, including really low-wage workers, the workers that will perhaps be engaged in more domestic work and more production work if others are engaged in more technology work, and really think about an economy that provides decent work for all workers, and that the decisions that we make in our personal and professional lives, how are we building that across the labor market?
Great, thank you very much. My challenge to anybody here in business, equal pay for work of equal value tomorrow. Do it right away. You want to change the world of work, do that. So let's dive right in. The ILO came out with the Future of Work report. It was recently released. And we are here talking about many of those issues. The transformative agenda for equality of work is a part of our 10 recommendations that come out of the report. The report is not an a la carte. You don't take and pick and choose what you want. It is a holistic approach to changing the world of work, which will change the economy and the social structure. Serena, and great to see you. Thank you so much for coming up here. Equal Pay Day in the U.S. was on the 2nd of April.
Yeah.
What kinds of actions can organizations take to stop the widening gender gap?
Absolutely. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's a true pleasure to be speaking to you today on this topic because it is one that I'm very passionate about, the ILO is very passionate about, and the report that they just put out is excellent. I would say that one of the first, just to give a little bit of a framework in terms of what the gender wage gap is, because I do think that there's a little bit of a confusion in terms of what it is and what it all means, which is, you know, I'm frankly sick of the whole debate about whether or not it actually exists. And I will say that I'm pleased to see that we a shift from around, you know, does it exist to, okay, it does exist, so what do we do about it? There's two when we're talking about the gender wage gap, there's two areas that you're really looking at. One is pay equity within a position. So that is, if you are on, say you're on a team, there's a team of 10, 9 are men and 1 is a woman. If everybody on that team is paying the same, then an organization can say, okay, we have pay equity. And a lot of times that's what organizations say. They say, okay, well, let's see if we really have a wage gap. Well, that's what we looked at, and everybody on the team is being paid the same. However, the other element of the wage gap is if you're looking at, you have that team of 10 that's dominated by men, and they're all being paid the same. Yet you go to another team that's 9 women and 1 man, while they're all being paid the same, that team is being paid less than the team that's dominated by men. Therefore, you have a gap. And that is what we at Catalyst try to work with, and that is what this question was all designed to do in terms of how I'm going to answer. Because you cannot just take a look at, just do the analysis and do the evaluation of your systems as it is in terms of comparing. You definitely need to do that because that does still exist. And I'm sure my colleagues here in particular will be able to speak to that a little bit further. But in terms of what an organization can take to get to the issue of the wage gap between the different teams and the positions, one thing you've got to do is first conduct a thorough pay equity analysis across your organization, looking at not just individuals on the same team, but teams compared to each other. Also, just in terms of where everybody's being put forth in terms of talent development and promotion rates and hiring rates. You have to make sure that you evaluate those kinds of your retention programs, your promotion programs, and your talent development programs to see if you are giving the same opportunities for the roles that have the higher salaries to across the board. That's one. The other thing you got to, or two actually, the other thing is support pay transparency. Because one of the things that is really important is that if you don't know how much if you do have a policy where you're going to allow negotiating, it's helpful for everybody, men or women, to know what the base is, to know what those bands are, to know what they should be earning, and therefore you can ask for what you want, and you as an organization can stop the problem of biases coming in, because that leads to my next point of something that an organization can do, which it tends to be somewhat controversial, and that is banning salary negotiating. And that what I'm talking about here, though, is that with pay transparency, if you do not have to negotiate, then and it's a set salary, then you will have most likely whoever gets the job will be paid the same as those who are in those positions. One of the reasons why we say that is because even when a woman negotiates with the same skill set and she's a good negotiator, because of unconscious biases, because of the stereotyping that still exists for women, women do get penalized when they negotiate. So those are some of the things that organizations can do to close the gap.
Excellent. Can I just very briefly push back a little bit here and say that I've seen a academic recently, a woman academic saying, well, there's no pay gap. It's just the choices women make. You want your freedom and you want more money. So what are you complaining about?
Right.
So in a very short, what's your response to that?
My response is, there's a lot that I would like to say, but I'm not gonna. First of all, there's a ton of research out there that already that has controlled for all of the different variables, choice, career pathing, all those things, and you still end up with a gap, an unexplained gap, which is, it's largely because there's still gender biases and stereotyping within hiring and advancement systems. Secondly, we did our own study where we looked at, I think it was thousands of MBA graduates from the top 26 schools, business schools around the world. And what we found is, and we did the controls for everything, and what we found is coming out of the gate, women graduates were earning $4,600 less and tracked into staff positions versus profit and loss positions. The P&L positions are where the money is, right from the get-go. And what we found is as they continued up through their careers, the gap widened in terms of their salaries. So, once you control for all of that, we still have a gap.
Right. And we see the same at the ILO. Thank you for that. Liz, we know, I think everyone here recognizes it, that women are facing barriers in the world of work. And your organization, Nathan, is very well known for promoting women in male-dominated sort of businesses and sectors. So what are some of the challenges and solutions, that you have seen in this space? What is the most effective way of addressing this, please?
Great. I would say there's probably no one effective cure-all. I think so much of it is based on context, so much is based on what that challenge is, what that sector is. For example, Nathan is doing a lot of work looking at women in the energy sector. And we are working with the energy company of Mozambique. They supply power to all of Mozambique to do a gender audit, because they see that there's a gender imbalance. They see that women are clustered in administrative positions, that there's only 20% of women in the company. And they are actually really dedicated to saying, how do we solve this problem? How do we promote an equitable working environment for women? And are looking to us to help advise on promoting gender parity in the company. So we're going to be doing a gender audit where we're going to look at pay issues. We're going to be looking at is sexual harassment or discrimination happening in the company, where these bottlenecks are. We're also going to be looking at the pipeline into the company, into the energy sector. So talking to students at the high school and university level to understand, why is this job not appealing to you? We're going to look at their policies. How do working mothers compared to working fathers or single people fare in the company? And then from there, charting a roadmap on how they can promote a more equitable environment for women. And then hopefully phase 2, once we have an audit, once we have our findings, once we have these recommendations, they're really committed to not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. And we'll be working with them to help design better policies, stronger, more effective policies, training women, working to address unintended bias and all these other issues. And it's great to see that there is a stakeholder that's so committed to change. But often that's not always the case. I find myself more often than not knocking down people's doors to make the case as to why this is important, why this matters to their bottom line. So we're really fortunate in this case that we don't have to. We've also done quite a bit of work looking at women in the transportation sector. And we did 3-country pilots in Malaysia, Vietnam, and Papua New Guinea, where we tested different approaches. And so one thing we did in Vietnam was looking at women entering into universities, seeing that in the transport sector, you have a lot of women in administrative positions, and then men are the pilots, men are in the senior roles, men are in the decision-making roles, and doing the much more technical or decision-making work. So we see that actually it's not an issue of competence versus, it's not an issue of competence, it's an issue of confidence. So many women in these universities just are really lacking in confidence that they can succeed in these higher level roles. So we're actually working with teachers in Vietnam to better understand how they can engage their female students to realize their potential in this industry. In Malaysia, we're testing a different approach where we looked at mentors and the idea of pairing much more senior women in the ports of Malaysia who have succeeded in this industry with younger women who are just starting out, and realizing that importance of mentorship, having women role models, having people to inspire you, but also having someone to troubleshoot with. You know, I'm experiencing this challenge in the workplace, how did you get over it? And then in Papua New Guinea, we're also looking at more institutional issues. So working with the Ministry of Transportation there to say, how do we get more women at the policy making level, having real decision-making power to influence transportation policy, and they've actually created a policy level task force on women in transportation. So there's so many things that worked, but I would say, just to summarize, I think doing gender audits that look at what are the issues. You need to understand the issues before you can come up with solutions. I think mentoring, role modeling is really effective. I think working with students when they are young to better address issues of confidence, make sure they have the right skills, and then looking at that higher level policy change is also really important. And there's so much more. I could keep going on, but this is just a snapshot.
We're getting started, so we're going to really rock and roll this. So you said something which really resonates with me, which is confidence. You know, and I'm going to generalize slightly here. When men go into an interview, you know, we're very confident, right? Can you do that? Oh, of course, I've done it 100 times, right? We're not shy about overselling ourselves. I find usually that women, especially young women, feel disempowered, that they're not ready to speak up for themselves. What can the young women in this room who are looking for jobs as they move forward, what can they do specifically to keep an eye on, and how can they be more empowered in that workplace without feeling that they're pushing it too hard?
That's a great question. Research shows that women will only apply for a job when they meet 100% of the requirements versus men who will apply for a job when they meet 60% of the requirements. So that means women are only applying when they're like, I am a perfect fit for this. And men are saying, well, you know, I meet XYZ and I can really market myself. And maybe then they're getting that higher level position from the start. Or maybe they're, you know, jumping up the career ladder at a much faster pace because they're willing to push themselves a little bit. So I think one thing that's important is, you know, practicing confidence. I think it's important to practice, start small, push yourself, challenge yourself in a small way, and then keep learning and keep growing from it. I also say that, like, fake it till you make it. If you practice confidence and you pretend to be confident, even if you're terrified inside, people will not normally know that you're scared. We've done workshops for women entrepreneurs and women leaders in Africa where we did a whole session on, you know, not just the skills of being an entrepreneur, but looking at softer skills like communicating, making a business pitch, and confidence. And, you know, so many of these women had these meaningful products and thriving businesses, and were just lacking in these critical confidence skills. And having them practice every day, giving their business pitch and answering tough questions about it, and just getting up and speaking for the first time and starting small, giving positive feedback, really made a big difference. And by the end, you know, we had women who had never given a presentation before, you know, angling to be on national TV in Namibia when the news channel showed up, and they were like, oh, this is an opportunity. But you really need to practice confidence, and I think also aligned with confidence, it's about not being afraid to fail. And I know that, you know, when we fail, we beat ourselves up. We don't put ourselves forward for the next opportunity, and we let that failure haunt us, whereas men are usually able to move on a little bit quicker from that failure, take what they learned from it, and move on. So I think we also need to practice failing fast and then moving on from that.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in here to add on to that, because I think that that's excellent. I would say the complement to that, though, is that if you aren't a young woman and you are in a position of where you can actually make a difference, this is something that how you can answer the challenge, which is that when you go into a position where if you're in a position where you can, even just speaking up about the diverse slate in terms of the candidates that's hiring for the position, speak up. Just ask, is there a diverse slate? And who's is the panel who's reviewing those candidates? Is that diverse? Because what we have found, what research shows, is that one, you do have to have a diverse slate, because if you don't have the diverse slate, then how are you going to, you know, then how do people get that opportunity? How will the woman, as confident as she can be, she's not going to get the job if she's not even on the slate. But at the same time, those who are actually making the selection decisions, that has to be diverse too, because what we find is that like likes like. So if it's dominated, if it's just all men who are making the decisions as to who's going to get that position, then they're most likely to gravitate towards unconscious, you know, or whatever. Oftentimes it's not intentional, but they will unconsciously look for the candidate that is most like them.
And I know when I work with young women, I try really hard to give them positive feedback, to say what they did well, how they were successful, to pass that feedback on to other decision makers and managers in the company, so that, you know, their accomplishments and their skills are being recognized not just internally, but to the decision makers in the company. And I think that helps help them move up the career chain, but then also give them the confidence to be like, wow, I'm doing a good job. And maybe we don't always take the time to give that praise.
JJ, can you jump in there, please?
Sure, that's great. I wanted to jump in and talk a little bit about the ILO's International Labor Standard setting on gender-based violence and harassment in the world of work. And the ILO has defined gender-based violence, the Committee of Experts, as a continuum of unacceptable behaviors and practices that are likely to result in physical, psychological, or sexual harm or suffering. And that includes violence which is directed against a woman because she is a woman, or violence that affects women disproportionately. So I wanted to add this into the conversation because part of it is the barriers to entry, but then part of the reason why we have these issues we might call confidence is because there are very serious harassment and even more severe issues going on a daily basis in workplaces, from boardrooms to factory floors to everywhere in the world of work. And so I think it's really important that we're taking that into account and that we're really looking at what are the structures, what are the structures, not only the laws, but the structures in workplaces that will change that. I think there's very good evidence-based research that where there are unions, the pay equity issues are much less, the gender-based violence issues are much less. There are many more women in senior positions, and there also are worker organizations where there are these opportunities for workers to come together and for men and women to dialogue about these issues and think about how to change the structures in the company. So I think that that's really important to put on the table as well.
At the UN, we often say that it's not only the women spearheading the efforts, but changing the behaviors and attitudes of men and boys. I think that has to be looked at as well, too. We have to respect the women, not only just in the workplace, but in life more generally. JJ, I'd like to talk to you about the priorities for this transformative agenda in the world of work and equality arising for women workers, particularly in global supply chains. Can you speak a little bit about your work on that area?
Thanks, Kevin. And I hope this will tie in a bit with the discussion later. I think as we talk about the future of work, there's often it's such a big discussion and there's a lot of anxiety around it. And so we feel like this is a new thing, these are new issues, but there is a way that those that are being disadvantaged by the future of work are those that have been disadvantaged in the workforce historically. Sometimes we talk about it as the ghost of disadvantagement of work, past, present, and future. And so I really want to put that out there in the discussion. Our work particularly looks at women workers in garment global supply chains. But I think whether you're looking at gender, race, caste, religion, migration status, these are the workers that have historically been disadvantaged, have historically been subject to contract labor, are at the lowest points in global supply chains. And so the strategies that we have learned over time and history are the strategies I think that will help us in this moment as well. We'll have to adjust them and update them, but social dialogue, strong trade unions, strong vectors for women's leadership continue to be very important. In our platform on transforming global garment supply chains, and this was developed with the Asia Floor Wage Alliance, which is a group of labor organizations, women's organizations, and trade unions in Indonesia, Cambodia, India, and Sri Lanka, 4 major garment producing countries. We've come up with a 5-point platform that we think is critical to really having a transformative future of work in these jobs, which are women dominated. They're from 60 to 95% women in the sector, depending on the country, and most of the countries where there's approximately a 35% engagement by women in the workforce. So these are jobs that are drawing women in, and if we care about this agenda, we really have to look at them. The first is a prevention approach to gender-based violence. So really looking at what kinds of trainings do we need to engage in on the line level, the supplier level, and more broadly, and engaging both men and women, engaging both supervisors and workers, and really being very innovative. There's some work we're developing around quality circles and how that can shift to GBV-free zones. That work really has to happen with trade unions and worker organizations, as well as suppliers and brands at all the levels. The second is an economic security for women in supply chains. This is sometimes what the ILO calls social contract. But when, as the economy is shifting and women are working 15, 20 years in these fields so that their sons and daughters can be in a conversation like this about opportunities and opening of doors, we have to make sure that if that supply chain shifts, that women are getting paid the severance in the laws of their country, and that their investment of all of that work time doesn't just disappear with a supply chain change. The third is a feminist approach to living wage. And in this instance, it's very important. Oftentimes we're talking about living wage in the context of manufacturing workers, but we really want to make sure that that approach is a living wage that will then ensure a living wage for domestic workers and care workers and the other women that are working if two people are engaged in work. And so as we look at these wage discussions, we really have to look at the economy around that. The fourth is just women's leadership in organizing in unions and in collective bargaining and making sure that at every level we're elevating women in our organizations and in our democratic organizations as well as in work. And then finally, a fair migration agenda for garment workers as they're moving across borders.
I just wanted to drill down a little bit on that fair migration, and what we also look at is the fair recruitment, right? Because disproportionately, I think women who are looking for jobs are in very, again, disempowered positions, asymmetrical relationships. They are vulnerable to abuse and violence as well, too. I mean, what can companies do to ensure that their hiring procedures don't allow that to happen? I mean, is there something that you've done or something that you're hoping that companies can do in order to ensure that recruitment of migrant women workers follows the rules, so to speak?
So I think there's a lot of innovation in this area, and I think it's super important. I think brands and supply chains really have to take the issue of migration into effect. And I think as we continue our broader future of work conversations, as much as we're looking at automation, we need to also be looking at migration, because with the labor markets merging globally, there are many, many people that are going to be moved through the migration agenda to do low-wage work. So it's not only an automation question. I think it's really critical. I think this will require, again, collaboration between group organizations like the ILO that have a rights-based mandate and are really looking at decent work, as well as worker organizations and migrant organizations and women's organizations and all pieces of the supply chain. I think it's really important. Some of this work can be done through collective bargaining agreements and multi-stakeholder initiatives, but some of it has to be done at the state level. And so if you have a state immigration law that, like we have in the United States, that says that you're tied to one employer if you come as a low-wage worker and you're on a temporary visa, which incentivizes making work more subcontracted, more temporary, more precarious. Even if you have a strong worker organization and a strong employer, you're at a disadvantage, and there will be coercion built into that system. And so I think we also have to look at what can we do around prohibiting recruitment fees and other issues, but we also have to look at what are the structure of these migration programs that may incentivize making work more temporary, bringing people in that are not able to exert their labor rights, bring something forward without feeling like they're going to lose that job and just simply be replaced by someone new.
Excellent. We're going to go into a little more of a rapid fire sort of questioning, and I'm going to do I'll use an old term, Jerry Springer, go out into the audience, and I'm going to pick on you. Serena, if I can go to you about the Catalyst Awards conference this year. You were focusing on the future at work.
Yep.
Why was that chosen, and what was discussed? What really resonated with you?
I think one of the reasons why we decided to go with future at work is because of the conversation that preceded our conversation. It's so relevant today. It's about, when you think about the future of work, it's here already. We have all of the movements that are happening. To your point about sexual harassment, the Me Too movement has exploded. And there's all of these, the technological advances are coming into play. And what we found is that you've got to look at it from a gender lens in order for companies and organizations to advance, and in order to build that more gender inclusive work environment. I mean, the examples that have popped up already, if you look more at the issue of technology, and the development of technology, because there are so few women in the development of technology and who have those opportunities, you have things coming up like when somebody created the first voice activated, the Alexas and things like that. What they found is that they couldn't, it wouldn't recognize higher pitched voices, higher pitched tones. There was another one in terms of race ethnicity, that it was a scanning thing so you could get soap or something like that. It couldn't recognize darker pigmentation. So it's things like that. I mean, you go all the way to the one that I remember most vividly is with Apple's iPad. when the name first, and yes, I'm old enough to know when it first came out. When they first announced it, and they said, okay, we're introducing the iPad, women across the world said, really? That's what you want to call it? So it's those kinds of decisions that, and those things that are happening that made us realize that, we need to do this, we need to focus our conference on the future at work. And that's what, and so we had discussions around, gender and diversity when you create AI. We also looked at the, recruiting, when you look at, for the technical, those kinds of positions, what are you doing? How are you specifically doing those kinds of recruiting, based on, you look at the skills, but much to what the previous panel said in terms of those soft skills, you still, you need those kinds of skills there so that you know who to hire. So it was also to what you were just talking about, the migration panels, patterns, that one of the things that we looked at about is that, how organizations, companies can benefit from the geographically dispersed workforce. So it was those kinds of things that made us realize that this is, when we're trying to talk to these companies and these organizations, this is what we want to tell them in terms of how to meet the future of the workplace and the workforce, and that the future is now.
Can I add something about the sexual harassment topic?
Please.
I'm so happy to hear this is an integral part of the conversation. I think it's often written off as GBV and secondary to the workplace, but it's such an integral workplace issue. A study of sexual harassment among U.S. government workers found that the estimated cost of sexual harassment in just a 2-year period was $327 million. And it's not just about lawsuits when these claims go forward and the cost of that and how that affects a company's brand or image, but it leads to job turnover, sick leave, personal leave, and then also individual productivity on the job. But what was really interesting about this survey is that they estimated that 61% of the total cost was due to reduced work group productivity. So it wasn't just on the person who was being harassed, but overall declines in productivity based on the entire work group, and as well as the harasser, who's also leading to declines in productivity. So to me, this is like a really crucial issue when it comes to the future of work and productivity, because it's not just the person who's being harassed. It's not just affecting their career, but it's affecting the entire working environment. And until companies can really comprehensively and meaningfully first accept that and then address it, we're not going to see a shift here.
So Kevin, I wanted to see if I could jump in. We're really lucky today to have 2 sisters from Unite Here, which is the hotel worker union that are based here in Pennsylvania. I don't know if they want to raise their hand, but they're innovating on two very important areas, and we want to say that innovation comes from Silicon Valley, but it also comes from our trade unions, and on the issue both of thinking about how to build a movement against sexual harassment for hotel workers around the world. They have innovative ideas, and they also have a really important initiative called the Fair Hotel Initiative. I have the app on my phone, so I hope after this everyone will get it. You can put in where you're going to go and look for hotels that are protecting their workers against sexual harassment and protecting freedom of association. So it's a really great, again, like cutting edge strategy.
So here's the rubber meets the road. So can you just tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. So my name is Caitlin Jerdrum, and I'm with Unite Here. Our union represents 270,000 hospitality workers across the United States and Canada, and we are currently working in support of Marriott hotel workers in their campaign to protect themselves from sexual harassment and assault on the job. Sexual harassment is pervasive throughout the industry. Housekeepers very often work alone, making it very easy for guests to corner them in guest rooms. Having surveyed thousands of our members, we know that many women have experienced sexual harassment at work. Marriott is the biggest hotel company in the world. 51% of their employees are women, and many are people of color and immigrants. Last year, Marriott workers struck for and won greater sexual harassment protections, which was a historic step towards ending the pervasive problem of sexual harassment in the hotel industry, though that did not address sexual harassment company-wide. Marriott asks employees to report incidents of sexual harassment, but when they were asked to report the total number of incidents to their shareholders, they refused. Marriott only disclosed the number of formal legal complaints, 44, out of 177,000 employees over 5 years worldwide. They did not report the total number of complaints, investigations, arbitrations, or settlements. Now, according to the EEOC's Select Task Force on the study of harassment in the workplace, anywhere from 25 to 85% of women have experienced sexual harassment in the workplace, and only 6 to 13% of individuals who experience harassment file a formal complaint. We are demanding that Marriott tell the truth about the real number of incidents of harassment and assault in their hotels and engage in dialogue with employees, especially survivors, to create and implement solutions globally. Now, Marriott's annual meeting is coming up in a couple months, and we want to make sure that they hear a strong response. We are organizing a group of experts and leaders like yourselves to sign a letter to Marriott demanding that they take this seriously, and I would love the chance to speak with you about it. There's also a petition anyone can sign at metoomarriott.org. Marriott needs to believe survivors, protect their employees, and tell the truth about their hotels. Thank you.
So here we're talking about some of these concerns. Maybe just a show of hands. Are most of the women here looking at jobs? Is that a concern for you? Is sexual harassment a concern? In what way? In what way? And if we could be just very brief, all right?
Well, I think it matters how we feel and what happens to us and what happens to our bodies. So why wouldn't it be a concern is more of a question.
And should there be legal frameworks in place? Do you think that there should be penalties if you're sexually harassed?
Yes, I think there should be harsh penalties and like to prove an example for every workforce that they won't tolerate it.
So if I can turn to you, Liz, I mean, Nathan, as you know, you're working at these legal and regulatory barriers. You've come up with some findings. We're talking about gender-based violence in the workplace. I mean, how are you addressing this through your global development network?
Sure. I mean, I think the policy level is a great way to start, and there are many countries in the world that don't have formal legislation about sexual harassment. And I think also expanding our definition of sexual harassment. It doesn't just happen in the workplace. It happens on the way to work, in public places, on public transportation, and how might that affect a woman from taking a certain job or working certain hours? Maybe she has to stay late, but then is it dangerous for her to get back home? As well as in education. What happens when you're staying late in the lab or you're being harassed by your professor? How would that dissuade a woman to enter into a career or a certain technical field, especially one that's male dominated? And countries around the world, legislation on and policies on sexual harassment in education and public places is really few and far between. So while we're seeing some progress in terms of legislation on sexual harassment in the workplace, it's not, most countries are not adopting a wider definition that's looking at it. One thing that we did working with APEC and all the economies in APAC is we did this Healthy Women, Healthy Economies toolkit that looks at how, you know, it's healthy economies will thrive, economies will thrive when its women workers are healthy, and looking at sexual harassment. And so we had metrics and policy guidelines that different APAC economies could adopt to help promote sexual harassment. And it was a toolkit at that policy level for all of these economies to help make that connection between sexual harassment and the economy, to say this is something that is worth investing in. You need to adopt policy level change to do this. I think something else we're not seeing a lot of is gender-sensitive policy development. Quite often policies are gender blind. Women are often not included in consultations, opportunities to comment on that policy, on dissemination, and you usually don't have a gender review, a gender analysis that looks at how will women benefit from that policy, how can they contribute to that policy. And so one thing Nathan is doing, we work quite a bit at the policy level, and so we're helping to ensure that as policies are designed and developed and implemented, they're done so in a gender-sensitive way. And so that's something, for example, in Mozambique, we have an economic policy project, and we're working with the team to make sure that it's labor policy, for example, it's commercial code policy, that all of them are gender-sensitive as opposed to gender-blind.
Right. You wanted to feed back into that.
I just have a question. Hi, my name is Jessica Dresch. I'm a student at Ithaca College. In light of talking about just like sexual harassment and work, I just wanted to hear your opinions on the legalization of sex work in the U.S.
JJ, can you do that, and then Serena, and then Liz? We can do a little rapid fire, and we'll get some people in the audience engaged in that. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question. And I think that ties into some of the work that the ILO is doing with the initiative 8.7 to prohibit forced labor and trafficking, and the way some of the discussions about trafficking lend towards ignoring labor trafficking and severe forms of labor exploitation and lead into being anti-prostitution. I think many of the unions around the world and our organization do see that sex work is an important element of work that women often end up in because of failure of other opportunities, or choose to be in because of the choices that the limited choices that they have. And so I think the question that we have is, how do we raise labor standards for all forms of work all around the world? How do we make sure worker organizations exist that can be involved in that? And again, how do we not get focused on certain sectors that perhaps we understand more than others? I did want to note that when Kevin asked his question earlier, you could see the women in the room were all sort of like, do I raise my hand? Of course, I'm thinking about it. But no men raised their hand. And so I really want to call out that that in order to change this scenario, it's going to require that in interviews, it's not only women asking about, is there a sexual harassment policy? What are your, as the data points that were raised by the Sisters at Unite, what are your sexual harassment, how many times have you been complained, and what's the resolution? And I think what the best data shows on sexual harassment training as well is that we don't want to make there no instances of complaints. We just want to make that if there are behaviors that are concerning, that they are brought forward and they are resolved, and that the culture changes in these institutions. And so I really want to challenge the folks that are going into interviews as students, that this is a question that's coming up across the board, and that you have strategies in your student groups of how to make this a question that's comfortable to ask. Maybe the school needs to ask it and have these kinds of questions part of what's coming in at the time of recruitment.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Okay, mate, you're the sacrificial male. Okay, respond.
To what question?
You've not been paying attention.
No, I haven't. Obviously, in terms of sexual harassment in the workplace, I think it's something important, and I think it's something that really we need to ask ourselves too. What kind of culture are we creating? If men such as myself and my generation, as we go into the workforce, we need to work on promoting women's equality within the workforce, and also to help prevent sexual harassment. We need to create a culture that treats women as our equals in the workplace, as we help to develop, whether we're in the business world developing a product, whether we're in the science field, we need to see them as our equals and work towards a common goal rather than just a lesser person as some men perceive women to be.
Okay, well, I think that's great, and you keep him honest on this, okay? Serena, can I ask you to kind of give a framework, and then, of course, Liz, and then we'll jump to one or two more questions. I think we're running out of time. Please.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the issue around that the first young lady mentioned about the sex work, it's outside of the scope of Catalyst, and I honestly don't know enough to say to weigh in on that. I will say, though, however, to JJ's point, that it is about working to build more gender-inclusive workplaces, as well as access to those jobs that for everybody. So I think that's all I can contribute.
Yeah, same here, but I would add to the point on engaging men. I think when we're talking about what men can do, I think you also have to look at care and the immense time burden that women encounter when they provide the majority of the care work for both children as well as elders around the world. They spend up to 3 times or more time on care work, and how that is going to be a fundamental barrier and blockage to women's advancement in the workplace when they're basically working a second job. And so I think I'm challenging them in the room to also think about the time you spend in the family, also looking at parental leave policies. Usually you have, well, the US does not have maternity leave, and we're the only developed country that does not. In countries around the world where you do have maternity leave, it's usually 3 months or more, and men have a week. And so that needs to be even, because there's going to be all these unintended negative consequences of well-intentioned policies if men are not taking parental leave. And usually when parental leave is available, women take it more than men. So it's about making sure there are policies towards parental leave, and then when it's available, that men take it. Because without that, women are always going to be valued less than men in the workplace because they're going to say they're going to take time out. Men are not. So let's invest more in men.
I want to first give a shout out to the gentleman who has been walking his child around in that stroller.
Yeah.
Power to you, brother. I love it. Can I open up a question to this young lady here, please?
Hi, my name's Niall. I also attend Ithaca College. And so I was curious about something that Ms. Rosenbaum mentioned. She talked about like elevating women's leadership in the workplace, and then also, going off on gender-based violence. And I am curious about how you can make sweeping generalizations about the woman's experience when not taking account trans women and women of color, and how those experiences don't correlate to the experience of white women. And I would like you to kind of elaborate on how you would approach the intersectionality of those things.
Sure, and I think it's a very important point, and the data that I'm providing is from very specific research that we did in 4 countries in the garment sector, and so I'm not intending to make sweeping generalizations, and I'm sorry if that's how it came across.
I would add that I think women are often looked at as this monolithic group, and understanding nuances based on educational background, location, urban versus rural, racial status, ethnicity, religion is really important, and it's often a challenge just to get people to think about women, let alone to think about intersectionalities. It's really interesting. I've done the majority of my work in sub-Saharan Africa, so it's been really interesting, in working in these contexts where race is sometimes not as much of a factor, but gender, ethnicity, educational background, and those become more of factors. But obviously, yes, I think that's a great point, that when you look at sexual orientation and you look at ethnicity and racial background, that the obstacles are just multiplied for these women.
I think I would add to that, personally, as a woman of color, that is a very important issue. And it's something that I individually make a point about stressing because think about this, when we're saying all women, or when we just use the term women, the default is you're talking about white women. That's not my default. My default is we're talking all women. So what I do is when I put out, so I'm in our marketing department at Catalyst, and I also was a news producer for several years prior to my time at Catalyst. But what I do is we do make a point to say all women, including women of color. So we call it out so that people understand that it's the default should not be and cannot be that when you think all women, you think just white women. So I think that's a great point, and I do think that your research, I'm sure, was covering, people women from all different race ethnicities.
So I've snuck over here. I have one last question from a young lady sitting next to me. Please, Kira, if you would.
Hi, my name's Kira Stevenson, and I'm a student here at Lehigh. I just had a question about, when reflecting on all your very accomplished careers, I was wondering what you believe is your most important or influential characteristic that you have that helped in breaking through lower level promotional tournament discrimination and working in a male-dominated workplace.
Do we have time for the master's class on this? Please, if you could be rapid, and then we'll just close after that, please.
Yeah, I would say, for me, I'm going to look at it both sides of the coin. I have, in the 2 biggest jobs of my career at Nathan and my job before that at Banyan Global, I had women bosses. And I think having women bosses, they really challenged me, but they supported me when I needed help, and then they pushed me to thrive and not just survive in the workplace. And so I think that, to me, was a very significant defining factor. But I also think I have a lot of persistence and a lot of grit. And I think that has played a role. I think I'm pretty assertive. I am okay to say no. I'm okay to challenge people. And I think that also really helped, because I was always putting myself forward and giving out my ideas. And that really helped me thrive in the workplace as well.
I think for me, it was really intentionality and focus. I knew what I wanted to do, but at the same time, I knew that in order to do that, it's the problem-solving skills that I've developed just throughout, just in terms of life, school, and what have you, is again, I go back to the previous panel talking about, when going about you're looking at it for a specific field. What I'm also take away from that, though, is, and why I think a college education, regardless, and to your point, regardless of what college you go to, what it gives you is, even if you don't stay in your major, 9 times out of 10 you usually don't. What you do develop, though, is just interpersonal skills. You do develop problem-solving skills. So I did research. I figured out and seeked out mentors, sponsors, advocates to figure out how to learn about the position, learn how to structure my goals and my resume to figure out how to advance.
Yeah, I would say like curiosity and ability to learn how to learn. And that I would think that often comes from finding women mentors in your family, in your career, in your political organizations. But to be able to come into these jobs the jobs themselves are changing. No one has 100% of the skills because the job didn't exist or the way your job is constructed. And so the ability to figure it out in a way that with like an equal part of stubbornness and humility, like that's what makes women able to lead everyone. And I think not to be stereotypical, but that when women have that makes them able to succeed.
But look for male mentors, sponsors, and advocates too. Mainly, for a variety of reasons, but one big one is that they're still in power. So.
Until you are. Listen, I think we can go on with this for another several hours, and I just want to say that I'm really grateful to the audience, and I'm sorry if it was a little distracting, but I wanted to kind of get the pulse of the room in this. I would just like to close to say that the ILO believes in a measurable agenda for women. I think it's very important that we look at this as not just token nods to that. There has to be legal frameworks. There has to be metrics looking at women's opportunities in the workforce, in the wider society. And let's really try to be more tolerant. I'm extremely impressed by the younger generation today coming up, that they are seeing the diversity. They see it in the sense of celebration instead of separateness. And I think that's really something that's really quite important. I'm going to close here with just a very rapid fire here, something that some of you older people will know, which is called Mad Libs or Ad Libs. I'm going to start a sentence, and I want you to finish that for me. Yes, I know it's terrible. This wasn't in the plan. All right? The future of work is...
Female.
Gender, race, ethnicity, inclusion.
Inclusive, and one where care burdens are also addressed.
Liz, Serena, and JJ, thank you so much. And everyone, please, a round of applause for some wonderful speakers.
It's my distinct honor here at Lehigh to welcome an unbelievably interesting gentleman to address us for our keynote at lunch here. Dr. Bertrand Ramachandran has been the acting High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations, but his portfolio and his experience is extraordinary and wide-ranging. You can read about the details in the program, but let me just highlight a few things. He spent 33 years working in various capacities across the United Nations. 33 years is a long time because I'm coming up on my 35th college anniversary, and I'm thinking that's a really damn long time ago. So this guy spent a long time working at the UN in amazing capacities. He started sort of as a chief speechwriter for the Secretary General's office. He did that for 5 years. As I understand it, and got asked to then go to Yugoslavia for, what did you say, a month? He was supposed to go to Yugoslavia for a few weeks and sort of, be there and deal with the peacekeeping issues there. Spent 4 years you're sure it was not 1 month that felt like 4 years while you were there, but then became the director of the International Conference on the former Yugoslavia, and he dealt with sort of peacekeeping and preventative diplomacy issues there. Also became the director of the Office for the United Nations Special Representatives of the former Yugoslavia. Moved on to become the director for Africa in the UN Department of Political Affairs. So he dealt with Africa for many years, and then eventually deputy and then acting UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Over the last few years, he's been, as I understand it, sort of a caretaker. So back to the previous panel about the role of caretaking, has been doing that, writing books. His books on international diplomacy and human rights, I'm sure are available on Amazon. And I understand he was also Kevin's professor back in the day, teaching at Columbia, and has served as the chancellor of the University of Guyana, where he's from originally. So, Dr. Ramachandran, welcome to Lehigh, and thank you. We're looking forward to it.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and let me say that I'm so pleased to be with you and to join in this exchange of views on the world of work of the present and the world of work of the future. As I listened to the discussion this morning, I thought that we were operating in two time frames. We were operating in the time frame of the digital society of the present and the emerging digital society, and we were also operating in the time frame of the problems of justice or lack of justice at the present time. And in some ways, I'm going to try to touch on these two different dimensions of our subject. Kevin has asked me, or he's put on the program, to speak on in wider freedom, a rights-based approach to decent work. And addressing the first issue of in wider freedom, as Assistant Secretary General Elliott was speaking this morning, I found myself thinking that Adam Smith, one of the great economists who identified the commercial society, Adam Smith was also a philosopher as well as an economist. And Adam Smith, in his writings, he identified what he called the concept of the commercial society, evolving from first the hunter society, the farming society, the feudal society, and now, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution, commercial society. And one of the things that he was preoccupied about was the idea of justice in commercial society. I'm currently reading a book by a man called Christopher Berry, and the title of the book is The Idea of Commercial Society in the Scottish Enlightenment. And there you see a central discussion of Adam Smith's idea of the concept of justice in commercial society. Namely, that a worker is entitled to recognition of his or her product. Society must have in place institutions for the rule of law and for the settlement of disputes. Now, why do I tell you this? I have the impression, listening to the discussion this morning and mindful of this aspect of, in wider freedom, how are we going to navigate the issues of justice in the emerging digital society? And I listened to the previous panel, one of the professor from Yale it was. She deals with issues of justice. And I don't know where she is, if she's still here. Identify yourself, maybe not, we'll count her as absent. So, but that's not important. It seems to me that when we think about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, that there is need for work to articulate this concept of justice in the digital society. Now, when you think about the concept of justice in the digital society, you also have to have in mind that in the march of human history, in the march of freedom, we've had to negotiate the issue of what is the identity of the person? How is it that one arrives at justice in the society? And how is it that one arrives at justice for the individual? And that reminds me of the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. So let us say the digital society is marching with all of the challenges that Elliot told us about this morning, all of the things that the panelists were discussing, and at the same time, there is this issue. Here is the human being who is affected in the world of the workplace. Here is the human being who is affected in our society, and we have at all times to be mindful of this human dimension and how we can respect this article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the concept of dignity, equality, and freedom. Francis Fukuyama has a book that came out, I think, earlier this year, and there he discusses the concept of identity. And in discussing the concept of identity, he goes back to Kant and to Hegel, and he discusses the issue of, I get my identity from the society, I get my identity from the relationship between me and you and me, and we have to work out this issue of our identities in the light of societal factors. So now, when all of the things that we have listened about here regarding the evolving conditions of society and the problems of inequality in society requires us to keep in mind this element of identity, this element of dignity, and this element of freedom. And then there are these very practical issues. I want to tell you a story. Kevin Cassidy mentioned this morning that David Morse, the American Director General of the ILO, 22 years I think you said he served. Well, I wrote a book once called The Concept of Good Offices in the Human Rights field. And I went to interview David Morse. And David Morse was then practicing law in Madison Avenue. His offices were there. And I asked him the following question. I said, in your time as Director General of the ILO, did you come across experiences where you could say that, yes, I made a difference in my position as Director General of the ILO? And he told me a story which I put in the book that I wrote called Humanitarian Good Offices in International Law. David Morse told me the following story. He said that in Burundi, they were systematically liquidating trade union leaders. And the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions filed a complaint about this. And he said, I realized that this complaint procedure would take years to come to fruition, and in the meantime, people will continue to be killed. So he said, I called in the representatives of the government of Burundi and the trade unions, and I negotiated a deal with them to say, if you, the government, would agree that you will no longer kill trade unionists, we will get the trade unionists to withdraw the complaints. And the killing stopped. Why do I tell you this story? We're here, the world of work. We're here with the ILO, this organization that pioneered the idea of international cooperation for values in the world of work. And you mentioned the Philadelphia Declaration, which is a precursor to the ideas of the Universal Declaration. So that the ILO is, as you said, a normative institution, but it is a normative institution. It is an institution of normative justice, of protective justice, and of investigatory justice. And now here David Morse is operating in the realm of protection in a different way. I want to tell you another story, if I may. I think it must have been about 6 years ago. Juan Somavia, the then Director General of the ILO, asked me if I would serve on a commission of inquiry into trade union rights in Zimbabwe. Well now, whatever you may think about what happened in Zimbabwe, they have powerful leaders and powerful diplomats and very highly qualified people. And they were not willing to let in the ILO Commission of Inquiry. And so how could one enter Zimbabwe to possibly have some impact on the situation there? So there were 3 of us on the Commission of Inquiry, and a government of national unity had just been formed in Zimbabwe. So we wrote President Mugabe a letter. We'd like to congratulate you on the establishment of this government of national unity, and we'd like to come and pay a goodwill visit to Zimbabwe. And so they allowed us to go in the guise of a goodwill visit, and the goodwill visit allowed us then to do a proper commission of inquiry. I know that we are on worldwide television, and I have my diplomatic hat on as well, and so that will influence what I'm about to say. Well, now, we met the judges of the labor courts in meetings. And the point of this story is the way the ILO works and how the ILO seeks to somehow ameliorate situations and somehow bring about some element of social justice in the situation. We're meeting for nearly 2 hours with the judges of the labor courts. And the judges of the labor courts really would not engage. It took a while, I think I can say, because the report of the ILO Commission of Inquiry is now public knowledge, and so this is in the report. It took a while to get the judges of the labor court to volunteer that in not a single case brought against the government had they ever held against the government. And then now this was a period in which farms had been confiscated in Zimbabwe, and the farms were given to people who were no longer farming them. And we met the migrant laborers who had been working on the farms, who were now without jobs. Question: how could one possibly promote some justice for these workers deprived of a living? Well, now, if you get a chance, read the report of the Commission of Inquiry into conditions in Zimbabwe at the time, and you will have an idea there that the ILO operating in what I call investigatory justice, investigatory protection, goes in, tries to document the facts in a situation, and then comes the very difficult issue: how to engage the government in the future, what kind of recommendations that one might offer to the government. As one of the 3 commissioners, I argued very strongly that crimes against humanity were being committed in Zimbabwe, but I could not convince my other 2 commissioners on this, so I will not press that point too much. The reason for telling you the David Morse story and for telling you this ILO Commission of Inquiry story is to tell you that, yeah, okay, we have these conventions of the ILO, we have the Declaration of Fundamental Standards, and then we have real-life situations. And we have real-life situations where people are hurting in major ways, and then the ILO seeks to do what it can to help the plight of people. When I was researching my book on humanitarian good offices, I interviewed a legendary figure in the ILO, a man called Nicholas Valtikos. And I asked him to tell me about the experiences of the ILO in operating behind the scenes. And I'll never forget the phrase he used. He said, what we engage in is often discrete facilitative action to ameliorate situations. Now, Kevin has asked me to speak about in wider freedom. And in wider freedom, I've said to you so far that I think that we have to activate the relevance of the justice principle in this emerging society, the emerging digital society. The best presentation that I have seen of the idea of justice is in a Yale professor, Ian Shapiro's book, The Moral Foundations of Politics. I'm sidestepping Socrates and Plato and a lot here now because philosophers can, how shall I say, they can pontificate, but Shapiro says justice is negotiated in democratic processes within society. So anyhow, but we have to really think hard about this notion of justice in the emerging society. And then on the Sustainable Development Goals, peace, justice, and strong institutions. I've looked at this a bit, and I have not seen yet a presentation of the idea of justice in this context and in the context of the evolving society. So the thought I place before you when it comes to in wider freedom is go forth and activate the concept of justice. Let me address the idea for a moment, let me address the volley for a moment of a rights-based approach to decent work. Well, now, this has been the mission of the United Nations. This has been the mission of the United Nations. This has been the mission of Franklin Roosevelt in his Four Freedoms speech. How can we operationalize the idea that governance in society shall be human rights governance? The idea that individuals have rights and that it is the mission of governments to seek to implement these basic rights. Now, if you want to go check this up, Mrs. Roosevelt, who was one of the drafters of the Universal Declaration, she wrote a book called Years Alone. This is Franklin had died, and she is talking about this period. After he died, she was the head of the U.S. delegation at the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a historic synthesis of ideas that have come to us from history, of ideas that percolated around the time of the Second World War, and ideas that were developed at in the Philadelphia Declaration. But Mrs. Roosevelt says, I could not get the State Department at the time to accept the idea of economic, social, and cultural rights in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And it took her influence to get this idea into the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognition of economic, social, and cultural rights. Well, think for a moment. The ILO basically rests on the premise that everyone has the right to work. The ILO rests on the premise that everyone has the right to decent conditions of work. Now try to implement this. For years, our host country here has gone backwards and forwards in so whether or not it accepts economic and social rights as rights. There is the Chicago University law professor who's made a case in a book arguing for another kind of Four Freedom Declaration, recognizing and operationalizing economic, social, and cultural rights. At the United Nations, there is something called the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And I've looked into this before coming here, and their experience is the following. They ask, some 170 states have ratified this treaty. They ask for reports regularly from states. Tell us what you are doing to operationalize the right to work and the right to decent conditions of work. And I must say, although I had a long time in human rights, there is a lot of fiction that's going on here, because at different times, Western governments say, yes, we accept it, and yes, we don't. So I want to broaden this, I'm not. Then now the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights has general comments that read beautifully. As you notice that I'm speaking freely to you, but I did prepare a text for this, and I gave it to Kevin. And in this text, I cite the declarations of the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights on these two issues, the right to work and the right to decent work. And for the most part, we're dealing in the realm of aspirations yet. So when you ask me to address the issue, a rights-based approach to decent work, I have to say to you, it is a grand ambition, it is a grand aspiration, and we still have a long way to go to operationalize this aspiration. So now, to conclude, here is the ILO, 100 years, this magnificent vision. Here is the ILO, 100 years, the labor conventions, investigatory systems, fact-finding systems, seeking justice for workers. I want to tell you a story that when we went to Zimbabwe, we interviewed the Secretary General of the Zimbabwe, whatever it's called, Trade Union Federation. And he was a man who was a physical wreck, but his heart and his mind they were not broken. For his trade union activities, he had been brutally tortured. And you could see all the marks. So my point here being that the right to work, the right to decent conditions of work, and the protection of trade unions. So there's the world of the future, of the present and the future, the digital world. And here's the world of the present, people struggling for life in many parts of the world. Our colleague from the Philippines was saying today that she, growing up, was eating 1 meal a day, and there are many people in the world who don't even have this 1 meal a day. And this is the reality of the world, so that, well now, you will not like what I'm about to say, Kevin. So the ILO, yeah, the ILO's role historically has been to develop these norms. The ILO's role historically has been to promote the implementation of these norms. And for a while, starting with ILO Director General Francis Blanchard, the ILO has tried to situate itself in efforts for the creation of what was then called a new international social order, employment generation, the world of decent work. What is the thing? Decent work for decent what? Decent work for decent wages? Okay. Well, now we have to ask issues here. I must end with this point. How can one advance the idea of wider freedoms and rights-based approach to decent work? What is the role of the ILO in this process? I would have to take sides, and would have to say that the core mission of the ILO is to set standards and to watch over the implementation of the standards. It has a specificity in its role there. One of my close friends is a leader of the ILO Committee on Freedom of Association. And I had a conversation with him about a month ago, and he told me that it is very difficult to get employers within the ILO to accept the idea that workers have the right to strike. So here we are, we're talking about all of these esoteric issues, and at the end of the day, we still have to wrestle. So to cut a long story short, the world of the future and the world of now, well, we have to thank the Lord for the ILO, and thank you, Kevin. That's it. Am I taking questions?
Now, we have time. We have about 10 minutes for questions, so there's a mic, I believe, on this side, and I can roam around with the mic as well. Who has the mic on this side? There it is. Okay, you want to go that way. When you ask a question, please introduce yourself, where you're from, and then ask away.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Julien Sobel, and I'm studying at Ithaca College. I wanted to ask, and this is a bit more around, the U.S. and its policy around labor rights. So migrant workers in this country do a large share of the work. For example, in New York State, where Ithaca College is based, they do 70% of the agricultural labor. And yet, U.S. law sort of means that those migrant workers are not afforded the right to collective bargaining and representation in many cases. and numerous reports have shown that their conditions are not decent in many cases. The ILO maintains really close connections with the US and influences its legislation, and there's a huge dialogue between the ILO and the US. So I wanted to ask, what do you think the ILO is doing for the rights of these migrant workers, and why do you think they're not right? And so do you think it's enough? And if so, why not? If not, why not?
I'd like to tell you this. So when I joined the UN, long before you were born, one of my first tasks was to attend the International Labour Conference. And at that time, the International Labour Conference was negotiating a convention on migrant workers and standards on migrant workers. And on the statute books of the ILO are these is this convention and recommendations on labor rights for migrant workers. And I actually sat through, over 2 years, the discussions. You know, the ILO has a tripartite structure: governments, employers, and trade unionists. And it was quite a task for the representatives of the trade unions to push for the idea in the convention and the recommendation that migrant workers have rights that must be respected. So the ILO was trying to do its utmost in the way that it knew how to set global standards for the protection of migrants. And some years later, within the United Nations itself, Mexico, the government of Mexico, sponsored an international convention on the rights of migrant workers. And the Mexican government, there again by pure chance, I attended many of the sessions of the negotiations. The Mexican government in these negotiations deliberately set a very high standard for the Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers, with the result that when the convention was adopted, it is still one of the poorly ratified conventions at the United Nations. And the moral of that story is that you may press governments from whatever ilk, not only the United States, globally, wherever you, if you go to the Middle East and the treatment of I don't want to use the word, home helps, domestics, etc. You have issues across the world, so that setting standards and trying to promote them and getting governments to accept them. It's not an easily done thing. Now, I'll give you a straight answer to your question. I think that the ILO is doing the best it can in the circumstances. Because when you're sitting down with governments and seeking to get governments to accept obligations, there are all kinds of forces within that society, all kinds of views within that society, and at the end of the day, the society gravitates towards a policy through democratic processes, and we may not like the outcomes of these democratic processes, but that's the way it works. So now, I'm conscious to reach out to you. I'm conscious that, yes, there are severe problems affecting the rights of migrant workers and their families throughout the world. I am conscious that organizations like the ILO and the United Nations are doing whatever they can in the circumstances to try to ameliorate the situation of these workers. But at the end of the day, we have to deal with domestic political processes. Take, for example, what's happening in Italy with the people who have crossed the Mediterranean. Okay, rightly or wrongly, there is a backlash in Italy against this. Take, for example, what's happening in the United Kingdom about Brexit. A large part of this has to do with immigration, so that I respect the idealism, I respect the instincts for justice. Then one learns that to advance an agenda, it's not a straightforward thing. So I'd have to say to you, my young friend, I think that the ILO is doing the best it can in the circumstances. Yeah.
We have time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Abnay Sonkar from Lehigh University. I come from India, so what I'm looking at is there's a huge competition between the states regarding to attract the investments, and this resulted in deregulating some of the regulations just to attract investments. And when we question the government, they would say, if we have more regulations, then we're not going to get investments and there are no jobs. So how are we going to address this kind of situation that's happening in India and the states that actually have more regulations? We don't see any kind of investments and people moving out of those states. So I would just want to know your perspective on that.
I'd like to answer you in the following way. In my presentation, I said I invoked the concept of what I call human rights strategies of governance. Governments should have in mind the idea that people have basic rights and governments should strive for the implementation of these rights. That's my starting point. You have put before me the element of competitiveness in the marketplace. And we have to recognize this, that in the era of the global society, cutthroat competition, wealth generation, etc., that governments, state and national, they blow with different winds behind their backs. And so now, how might one possibly, let me just say to you, my introducer mentioned the 33 years that I spent at the UN, and I'd like to think that I still have some passion about it and about the cause. And I'd like to think that young people will vindicate the idea that society should be governed in the sight of human rights. The young people like you, I must tell you, I was on a plane recently, and this young lady was sitting next to me. We were coming from Geneva to New York. And after a while, she told me that she was a student. She was Indian, she was a student. And it turned out that I had done human rights work. And she put to me the following issue. She said, I have strong passions about the quest for justice in my country. And how can I pursue this passion? And I told her that you must strive for political power. And I hope you will take political power. And I hope that when you take political power, you will remember that there was a wild guy from Guyana who was telling me that society should be governed in the light of human rights principles, and that you will seek to advance. So let me end with this. When I was teaching at Columbia University, and those days were the days of the blackboard, so I found myself putting on the blackboard a dot and 3 concentric circles. And in this dot, I call it the principle of commitment. The principle of commitment to international human rights. And around this dot, there is my first circle, which I call it's a narrow circle, the circle of achievement. We have made some progress internationally. I'm answering your question because the circle of achievement. And in the second circle is what I call the circle of immediate opportunities, things that we might do to advance the human rights cause. And in the larger circle outside is the circle of the world, the challenges in the world. And I say to you that even in the situation that you're dealing with, the challenge is still to expand the circle of achievement, and it will be young people like you who will do it. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Ramachandran, we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us and your vast insights into the issues of human rights, and you've challenged us to make those circles bigger, and this little table is hardly a big enough circle for us. So you've got a room full of people inspired. Thank you for being here. We're honored you spent your afternoon with us. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to a group of students who are going to talk to us about their thoughts on the future of work, and Bill's going to moderate that panel. I'm going to claim fame to two of them. Two of them are Martindale students. I run the Martindale Student Associates Program, so Tino and David, who's going to be, I think, beaming in, are both Martindalers. These are our best, absolutely best students on campus. So, Bill, over to you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are excited to be here this afternoon. The goal of this panel was to turn everything we've talked about so far upside down, on purpose, actually. So my job at the United Nations is to manage the partnership between Lehigh and the UN, and I also serve in an interesting capacity there. I'm one of the directors of the NGO Executive Committee, and I was elected on a youth empowerment platform, and very excited to be so. So my job, as I describe it at the United Nations, is for Lehigh to open as many doors as possible, empower young people, and then get out of the way. And that's very much how I see my role today as well. We have challenged 5 students. There is actually one on a plane to Tel Aviv at the moment who's going to be beaming in through video, not live, unfortunately, but very different perspectives. So what I've asked of these students is to look forward. Those who have sat on these panels before you in the morning have spent years, sometimes decades and lifetimes, trying to open doors, trying to fight for the establishment of fair and equitable, sustainable workforce. You are the recipients of their efforts. And the doors they've opened are now yours to walk through. But what I've challenged each of them to do is to explain how they see their own visions, where they headed in life, and how they're going to get there. And so you'll see they offer very different perspectives, very different backgrounds. And so I will go one by one as they speak and introduce them, but only very briefly, because I'd much rather hear from them in their own words, their lens as they project forward to the future of work. So immediately next to me is Gili, who has a very interesting background. She is a budding journalist, South African, Israeli, American. And I'll leave it at that. Take it from there, please.
Should I stay here?
You can, your choice. You can stay here like over there.
I'll go over there. Okay. Should I bring the pack with me?
Bring it with you.
Sorry. Perfect. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Some great faces in the audience. Let me get right into it. Why is Jeff Bezos so rich? Because at the beginning of the digital age, he recognized and invested in something that will always be in demand and always add value to human lives, regardless of technological advancements and innovation. And that's information. He started with book selling and now has created an empire of digital information services that has taken over both the digital and the physical world. Hi, I'm Gilly Remen. I'm a senior here at Lehigh. I'm a journalism and global studies double major with a business minor, and I'm here to talk to you today about the future of jobs in journalism and media. Now, I know what you're thinking. What does Jeff Bezos have to do with all of this? But let me just explain. If we take a broad look at the job market as a whole, we see that employees are worried about machines and automations replacing jobs, as we've talked about today. Self-driving cars and trucks will eventually replace drivers, and different computer programs will replace data analysts. As technology advances, especially at this quick pace, even jobs that require higher-level, complicated calculations will eventually be replaced. Artificial intelligence now knows how to write and even debate like humans. Now, I don't mean to alarm anyone. These changes are taking place rather gradually, and the changes are shifting the entire educational system towards interpersonal communication learning and shifting the job market towards jobs that focus on human interaction and human creativity. And let's not forget that innovations are also creating new jobs.
That being said, companies from many different sectors are looking for content creators and setting up content distribution platforms for their customers, recognizing that original content created by diverse humans for diverse humans is what gets all the buzz, and that in turn controls where the money goes. The most recent example of this is Apple's new star-studded content platform, Apple TV Plus and Apple News. Now you still might be thinking, where does journalism fit into all of this? So there are two different types of content, nonfiction and fiction. Journalism has changed a lot over the past 20 years alone, with the internet boom and the digital age. So now more than ever, big companies are looking for content creators. And journalism at its core is about producing and writing a specific kind of content. Content that is truthful and based exclusively on facts. Journalism is the nonfiction content, and believe it or not, journalism is booming in this moment in time. In many of my journalism classes, we keep hearing that journalism is in decline, that the golden age of journalism is dead. But what they aren't telling us is that a new age of journalism, digital journalism, and citizen journalism is very much alive and well. Just because journalism is constantly changing so much doesn't mean it's in decline. It just means that the industry is adapting to technology with innovative changes, and everyone is in the process of adjusting to these continual changes. Journalism as a field is very diverse. There are many different types of journalism: print, radio, broadcast, digital, multimedia, graphic design, data journalism, the list goes on and on. The digital age is creating a plethora of different ways to make and consume information, which means there are more and more jobs being created in these non-traditional newsrooms. Today, most news companies need video producers and graphic designers just as much as they need reporters and copy editors. Not to mention the important emphasis on mastering the distribution of the new content through different digital platforms, and especially with social media. Every news organization is looking for a way to make themselves stand out in a crowded field of competitors, competing for the attention of the same audiences, and the companies that will succeed will have the most creative branding and marketing strategy. This marketing and content strategy depends completely on the content creators, otherwise known as journalists. So essentially, like any business, future journalists need to figure out how they will add value to their company and to their content to make it worthy of the reader's time. And of course, let's not forget that at the end of the day, a journalist's duty is to provide factual, fair, and balanced information to the public in order to enhance their lives, speak out when power is being abused, and stand up for the rights of a diverse public. Don't get me wrong, there are many flaws in this new digital age, specifically regarding the lack of quality local journalism and the threat of fake news to the truth. But I think these things are symptoms of a quickly changing world that we are trying to keep up with. Now that citizens are seeing the necessity and value of quality journalism, I hope to see the money flow back into local journalistic institutions and revive local newsrooms and important local stories. As for fake news, we are paying the price for our ignorance and mistakes and learning from them too. But I'm optimistic that the new generations are learning at a very young age how to be digitally literate. And I'm seeing more and more of the older generations learning how to become digitally literate. As we've seen, if you use new technology without first reading the manual on how to use it, the technology can be abused and become dangerous to both the individual and the collective group. In conclusion, Jeff Bezos played his cards right. He played his cards early, and he had really good cards to play. And now we're all trying to catch up. But on a more personal note, right now, I'm in the process of applying to different job opportunities and deciding what the best path for me is at the moment. It feels like the weight of the world is on my shoulders. As many students know, making postgraduate plans is a pretty stressful and daunting task for a 21-year-old, who one could argue still doesn't really know much. But I'm a woman on a mission. My goal as a South African-born Israeli-American journalist is to use my multicultural identity to depoliticize important conversations so we can stop focusing on fighting and start focusing on peaceful, sustainable, and positive change. Through truthful reporting and challenging deep-rooted toxic media narratives, I hope to build bridges between countries and cultures and show people that we have a lot more in common with others than we think or than we were taught to think. As for everyone who is here today and anyone watching around the world, I ask of you two things. Invest in and support your journalistic institutions, both local and global. And lastly, continuously strive to be digitally literate. Keeping up with technology is not an easy task, but the more educated the readers are, the less power fake news has. So be an active, lifelong learner. With that being said, I have a lot of hope for my future and for the future of the field. And I have a lot of hope in my generation and that we're ready as a generation to be in positions of power and create sustainable, equal, and prosperous and a just world. Thank you.
Thank you, Gili. We're going to switch from South Africa, Israel, US to Afghanistan. And we have Kaleem, who comes to us as a Fulbrighter. Lehigh has made more than a 50-year commitment to the Fulbright program. And in fact, just last week, we had one of our first ever Fulbrights here on campus who came to us in 1963 from Guyana. So a nice connection there. So Kaleem, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I grew up in Afghanistan, a war-torn, politically unstable country, where the needs of the injured or dying individual within the community often took priority over children with disabilities. In my country, many individuals don't know what disabilities are, even have the belief that children with disabilities are not capable of obtaining an education, let alone having a job. Oftentimes, children with disabilities are treated like a shameful burden or viewed as incapable or punishment from the God for the family. When I encountered children with disabilities during my high school and undergraduate education career, I reflected and thought about the lack of services, educational opportunities, awareness, cultural, religious misunderstanding, and the gap in the institutional policies. Growing up with these experiences motivated me to complete my bachelor's in special education, a degree that only had been established in 2005 in Afghanistan. I started my professional journey by accepting the position of assistant professor at Kabul Education University to train teachers for teaching children with visual, hearing, and intellectual disabilities in Afghanistan. I was committed to learn more about how I could be an advocate for individuals within this community. As the first U.S. master's student in special education, my studies have given me a different perspective, and I quickly learned that the experience of those who have a disability and those who work with these people within this community are protected by policies, laws, with each state possess funding that were allocated for children with disability, where in my country there is no policies and no funding that lead us to think about the condition of the children with disability in a country like Afghanistan and what would happen to each of them and what is happening to them. Here in US, I learned that every child who is eligible for special needs services has individualized educational plan. Schools are mandated to accept children with disabilities, and most important, the range of disabilities beyond the hearing, visual, and intellectual disabilities. However, I also noticed that certain evidence-based interventions, although effective here, may not be culturally adaptive or sensitive if implemented in Afghanistan. Through conversation with my classmates, professors, colleagues, and more, the experience had led me to one important conclusion. In order to promote a more sustainable and equitable future for special education, it's necessary to use a bidirectional and collaborative approach in which individuals and communities of diverse background come together to share their knowledge and learn from each other. This includes investing in more opportunities for students who have cross-cultural conversation, whether through participating in exchange program across different countries to learn about their system of education, or providing scholarship opportunities, or even utilizing technology to generate discussion that features multiple perspectives and make sure that each individual, especially those who are different culture and backgrounds, are being asked the same question. What does the future of special education, or whatever your specialty is, looks like for you? This fall, I will have the opportunity to start my next chapter of my professional career as a first student in the entire country of Afghanistan to pursue my PhD in special education. I will be intentional about how I engage in this work and who I collaborate with to advocate for individuals who might not otherwise have the opportunity. Such opportunities, sorry. In summary, I dream of a future where every child with disability has access to education and required services. And I encourage all of you to reflect on how you can use your position of power to be part of this big change. Thank you so much.
I mean, the weight of your country is on your shoulders, we know, to go back and just make significant advances within special education. So we're excited to have you here as well. We're going to turn to David Morency now and the video. David is actually on a flight from New York to Tel Aviv at the moment. And so he has provided a video for us. I'll ask our AV techs in the back to put forward that video. David came to us. David is a third culture kid. He was raised in China, Canada, and Pittsburgh. And has brought a significant global mindset to his background and his studies. And he very recently won the Schwartzman Scholarship, which is one of the world's most competitive scholarships, essentially equal to the Rhodes of China. So I'll let him say it in his own words from there.
Hello everyone, my name is David Morency, and it's an honor to be able to join you at the International Future of Work Conference. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person, as I'm currently traveling overseas, but I will tune in once I land, and I'll be eager to connect with all of you over social media to participate in all of the wonderful discussions from today. So I graduated from Lehigh University last year after completing the Integrated Business and Engineering undergraduate program. I am an American citizen, but I also grew up internationally in several countries, including China, during my formative years. In August of this year, I will actually be returning to China to pursue a master's degree in global business and economics via the Schwarzman Scholars Program, which is based in Tsinghua University in Beijing. So my studies at Lehigh and also going into China reflect my conviction that the future of work will be heavily shaped by the convergence of commerce, technology, and data amidst the rise of China on the global stage. This convergence is already truly remarkable in China. As of 2018, there were 720 million smartphones in China, which is 3 times the United States, 700 million social media users, which is twice the United States, and around $10 trillion transacted over mobile payments, which is 80 times the United States and growing rapidly. These figures really signal the arrival of a new ecosystem of work, which China has helped to pioneer in large part. In this ecosystem, China's vast proliferation of interactive technologies such as the sensors we all have in smartphones and social media traffic and engagement, which we talked about, fuels the growth of valuable data, which in turn informs engineers, algorithmic models, and business executives so that they can rapidly test, improve, and deploy products at massive scale. Awash with the data and technologies that facilitate instant and geographically unrestricted feedback, China's connected economy truly embodies the intense velocity and scalability that I think will define the future of work in the 21st century. And this international, data-driven ecosystem of work is especially important in my field in finance. I have served at an early-stage venture capital fund in Tel Aviv, Israel, and recently at investment banks in New York, where I worked with innovative entrepreneurs to secure funding and also provide strategic guidance for them. I have seen through these roles that China and neighboring Asian countries are increasingly a target market, a source of capital, and a source of novel solutions that business leaders must either compete with or embrace through partnerships in order to be influential in the 21st century. So I believe that China's pioneering position in the constantly evolving international technology ecosystem will continue to define the future of work. Thus, throughout my career, I intend to study these developments so I can help ensure that innovative companies with solutions to the world's most important problems can scale and reach customers that need them most, regardless of boundaries. In order to succeed in understanding a future that's emanating from a connected and data-rich China, we must take time to appreciate the history and growing role of China in the world. China, as we know it, honestly, is in its infancy, as it's only recently opened up to the rest of the world as of the late 1970s. Yet China is already undoubtedly one of the most consequential nations on Earth. In addition to studying China in of itself, we must also strive to leverage the abundance of new data, which in a large part has been created by China and Chinese companies, so that we can continue to challenge our traditional assumptions of best practices of work. We need to use data to truly be informed about not only the best practices of work, but also to more intimately know the customers and the problems that they face so that we can provide tailored solutions to all of their issues. And last, we must incorporate this new data into objectively evaluating many of the decisions that we make throughout our work. This will allow us to improve and continue to make progress on how far we've come already in the 21st century. So thank you very much for your time. It's truly an honor to be able to speak with you. And I look forward to continuing the conversation via LinkedIn, WeChat, my email address, and a number of other social media accounts that are listed below. Thank you very much.
Continuing on with our very globally minded students, let me introduce you to a student who's a legacy here as well. She said her brothers come to Lehigh as well. She comes from Pakistan. This is Miriam, and her background is quite significant as it relates to the UN as well. She has also served as a UN youth representative, and there's an amazing picture of her actually speaking at the General Assembly at the United Nations. This one we certainly treasure. She's also been president of the Global Union, one of Lehigh's largest and most active globally minded organizations. So Miriam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin with something very exciting that happened yesterday. So please raise your hand if you saw or at least heard about the first black hole images that were released yesterday. That's great. Now raise your hand if you know the individual behind those images. Not that much. That's what I thought. Katie Bowman was one of the geniuses behind the creation of an algorithm that was key to capturing the images that we saw yesterday. It's a feat that we have strived for a very long time to achieve, and we've finally done it. She was a graduate student at MIT, and she will be joining as an assistant professor at the California Institute of Technology this fall. You might be wondering why I'm talking about her. She and I are very, very different people, but we share one thing in common. She is a woman in STEM, like me. Women in engineering have made many strides in their fields. Think back to Margaret Hamilton, who let us reach the moon. Yet we are few and outnumbered by our male counterparts. It's one of the reasons why the United Nations decided to celebrate the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, to celebrate and to encourage more women to join STEM-related fields. But it's a fact that I, like many other women in engineering, struggle to make it far. There's a glass ceiling present on our career, and there's only so far we can go before we're told, stop. The career ladder is only so high up for women. There's only so far we can go before our accomplishments and achievements become someone else's. But this unwritten barrier, these institutional obstacles, they're not just a characteristic of STEM-related fields. They're present in every industry, in every field, everywhere. It's a rising global phenomenon, one that we can't escape from, but one that needs our dire attention. It is of no surprise that the world is also becoming increasingly globalized. This was something I experienced very early on in my childhood and still do on a daily basis. The answer to the question, where am I from, has never been easy. I was born and raised in Saudi Arabia, moved to Pakistan at the age of 14, and then came to the United States to pursue my higher education. In Saudi, I was a girl from Pakistan. In Pakistan, I was a girl from Saudi. And here, I never really know what to answer. I'm what some might say a third culture kid. On the outside, it might seem like a very simple question, but I realize in the future it's going to become something very difficult for children and individuals to answer. Similarly, the economy is changing rapidly and we need to adapt to it. We can't predict what's going to happen, and our future is no longer going to be tied to a particular field, job, or even company for that matter. And that's really exciting. But there's some challenges that come with it. The average person now changes jobs an average of 12 times during his or her career, and that essentially means that we will be spending much more time and energy in transitioning from one job to the other than actually being in that one job. In addition to that, the landscape of the work environment is also changing. Jobs are no longer black and white. A pharmaceutical company is no longer only filled with scientists. And any industry or any job now calls for a variety of skills. The work environment has adapted an increasingly interdisciplinary nature, and it is no longer sufficient for me or for my generation to be comfortable in our own knowledge domain. We have to be engineers, scientists, creators, thinkers, designers, all in one. Even though I'm a bioengineer, I realize I must master programming to make efficient use of all the data that's being generated. I need to know economics because it's useless to create a drug if they're not suitable for the intended market and if no one can afford it. I need to know how to communicate with patients, physicians, and doctors. To be successful and to feel fulfilled in the work we're doing, the current generation must be proficient in soft skills as well as technical skills. We need to learn how to listen and how to talk, how to program and how to create, how to calculate and how to behave. The world is becoming increasingly diverse, and as such, we must become open-minded. My colleagues and peers will no longer be confined to the same building I am in. Rather, we may sit across oceans and still work together to achieve our common goal. In addition, we operate in a world with limited resources. Change is the only constant in our future, and with that, the only thing sustainable about that is our ability to adapt to change. And for that to occur, we must adapt certain customs. We need to recognize women in the workforce, make equal pay a norm and not something that is a few people get applauded for, and allow opportunities for minorities and underprivileged communities to succeed. I don't think that I'm going to be defined by one label or one label only. I won't just be a Pakistani or a Saudi or an American, and I won't be known by the label of an engineer either. With the way the future is unfolding, I hope to be defined and known as a bioengineer, a mother, a data scientist, an activist, a thinker, all culminated inside the body and mind of a global citizen of this beautiful planet we live in. Thank you.
Sitting in my office the other day, she and I had an amazing discussion about the concept of statelessness. How many of you feel that you are stateless? Very few. Interesting. Okay. We'll turn to our last speaker. Interestingly, the concept of the conversation about Zimbabwe came up earlier in Robert Mugabe because our final speaker is from Zimbabwe. We have Tino, who is a computer engineer and certainly a very global-minded thinker as well. So Tino, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
So like Bill said, my name is Tino, and I'm from Zimbabwe. And like our previous speaker, I'll try not to use my notes as much. So I grew up in our sunny, bustling capital of Harare, which in my home language of Shona means he who does not sleep. So you can imagine my capital is very energetic, passionate, full of potential. So you may be wondering why I'm here. Well, like most Zimbabweans, I've seen my country's economy struggle pretty much all my life. Many of my relatives and family friends have multiple university degrees, and yet there's a very small formal economy to employ them at all. A recent report by the Zimbabwean Congress of Trade Unions that was mentioned earlier showed that just 350,000 Zimbabweans actually participate in a formal economy or are formally employed. About 6 million, 95% of the employed population of Zimbabwe is actually informally employed. And by informally employed, I mean in precarious trades such as buying and selling on the streets of Harare, and not actual production. As a result, for me and my Zimbabwean peers, there's actually little hope of a future with work. So let us take me as an example. I'm a young millennial who witnessed the penetration of the mobile phone and internet in Zimbabwe and became really passionate about the transformative power of technology on the African continent. So I chose to align my interests with that and study computer science at Lehigh University. A few thousand computer science students graduate from Zimbabwe's own institutions every year, and they'll be graduating too next year when I graduate. So in addition to the fact that our formal economy is so small, you can imagine all of us fighting for the very few positions in Zimbabwe that can actually cater to the skill sets that we've developed. Therefore, over the next 5 years, I'll most likely start my career here and take advantage of the opportunities that I currently have. Most of my peers in Zimbabwe, though, don't have similar privilege. I feel extremely connected to my continent, and I strongly believe some of the most interesting things to work on still exist in Africa today. Therefore, I see myself furthering my education, perhaps with an MBA, moving back to the continent, and starting my own tech-related business in the next 10 years. Entrepreneurship, therefore, is not just my best job prospect. I think it's the best job prospect for any young person in Zimbabwe and in Africa today. Our continent is sitting on something that's been called a ticking time bomb. That's our very young and growing but unemployed population. Nonetheless, I think the potential to defuse this bomb rests in young African people themselves. It's ticking because we see how they're moving across the Mediterranean. But I think once we start capturing this potential, we can turn our continent around. In order to capture it, I expect African governments and businesses to prioritize entrepreneurial education, to adopt regulatory practices that allow for and encourage small and medium businesses. I believe solutions to African problems lie within Africans in collaboration with other people and the rest of the world. And lastly then, to our international friends, I say this: I believe that a movement from an aid-centric to private investment-centric interaction with my continent is what will help us propel the potential of our youth and move us into a sustainable future of work. Thank you very much.
I know we're just about out of time, and it's been my job so far to be the timekeeper, so I will humbly apologize and request another 5 minutes for the students. That we can't let them go without some questions. So please, fire away. There's a hand over there. Yeah.
All of you do come from different cultural backgrounds. Do you find better job prospects and equality in the United States or in your respective countries?
Anybody want to take that?
I can start on that. So, I mean, for me right now, I certainly find better job prospects in the US, at least starting out. I pretty much feel like I don't have any option, especially thinking of the investment my family has made. But in the long term, I still feel like the largest returns or opportunities for me are in Zimbabwe and, in a broader context, Africa. If you can imagine, let's say if I go work for Google, chances are probably for my first year or so, work on moving around the button in your search bar. But if I go to Zimbabwe, the potential for me to work on an even greater problem is bigger.
I would like to elaborate on that. So in the future, in the near future, at least after I graduate, I see myself staying here. But I also think location doesn't necessarily matter, especially with the future of work going. So whereas I don't know physically where I'll be, I do want to work in the pharmaceutical industry and help with drug development and make drugs develop a lot faster and a lot quicker and a lot cheaper. And that's working with data analysis. And that's not just a US-based problem. That's something that affects globally. So I don't think I'm going to be working specifically for a US-based company and only help US patients or only help Pakistani patients. I think right now, the mindset that we all need to sort of get away from is we're not restricted by boundaries or by borders anymore. So yes, while equality you're talking about, it is present here, but I think you need to transfer that abroad as well. And I definitely do think that hopefully that with the work that I want to do, that I would be able to help my people back home too.
I would say, based on my field, I want to think globally. There are different countries that needs different interventions that are placed in USA. Based on my future goal, I want to focus on the interventions and how to make it culturally adaptive, that I can use the same intervention where I'm in Afghanistan, I'm in USA, I'm in Pakistan, and different parts of the world.
Just to add on that, as someone who's going into journalism, usually that's a field where you could work, pretty much remotely now, anywhere, and especially if you're doing specific work in a specific country. But the way I like to look at it is think globally, act locally. So I specifically want to go into Middle Eastern correspondence and hope to get a master's in that and kind of to delve into the different stories and narratives in the Middle East and how we could use media to improve everyone's life, and specifically in Israel and in Palestine, for me specifically. And I think it's a great question, but like in the more globalized world, you could really do that from everywhere. And coming from a perspective of like someone who's debating whether to leave the U.S., stay in the U.S., there's pros and cons to both. The salaries are probably higher in the U.S., to be honest. But what I'm thinking about doing is maybe staying here for a little bit, gaining experience, doing a master's, getting more experience, and then taking that to the location that I want and taking my experience and all the learning that I had the privilege to have with me abroad to solve different issues.
Maybe one more question? There's one right there.
Sorry. Great job, everybody. That's fantastic. My question to you is, we've heard a lot this morning about technology, right, and how technology is going to impact the world of work. In your particular areas, what do you see as the perhaps key technology that's going to influence your future in work? And do you see technology, because there's also been the talk of whether technology is disruptive and threatening, or whether it provides opportunities. Are you optimistic or pessimistic in terms of how technology is going to impact your career?
Who wants to start?
I can start with that just because I'm very passionate about technology and what we can do with it with the pharmaceutical industry. So just like a very quick rundown, it takes about 10 years to develop a drug, and behind one FDA-approved drug, there are about 8 to 10 failed drugs behind it. And so oftentimes the high cost you're paying for a drug is not really the drug that you're paying for, but you're paying for all the research and time it took to develop all those failed drugs. But with that also, you are generating a lot of data in clinical trials. There's phase 1, there's phase 2, phase 3, and when you go up to phase 3 clinical trials, you're talking about tens and thousands of patients, taking daily measurements from them. So there's a lot of data out there, but it's just sitting there. We're not doing anything with it.
So one of the things that I'm very excited about and really want to work with is mining those data sets. So seeing if you can look for certain patterns in those data sets, maybe identify a particular drug site and be like, you know what, that drug site works. See if you can take that back to research and development and sort of speed up that drug development process. So I think, especially in terms of pharmaceutical industry and the healthcare industry where disease is widespread and you need to find cheap medicines that are available quicker and to everybody, it's not just something that only people with insurance can get. People even in rural areas back home, they need vaccines, they need those drugs to live and survive. I think technology is going to play a huge role, but for that we also need to adapt ourselves and not be like, technology is not just limited to the computer engineers. You know, it's something that's going to affect everyone and trickle down to everyone. I mean, we just heard about how a journalist is going to use digital media to influence her career. So, yeah.
I love technology and and how the way it helped me, because still I'm working for my university back home in Afghanistan, and every year I have some students that I have to work. There was one time I tried to talk to them, and I was trying to have a lecture on a topic. I tried Zoom, it didn't work because we don't have a stable internet back home. I tried Skype, it didn't work. And then we tried WhatsApp, it didn't work. And finally I ended up using Facebook, and I called them through Facebook, and it was only voice. And they were not able to see my picture. And we end up having our lectures, and I heard about them, and they talked to me, and we shared everything. So in that way, technology is really helpful and then could open the doors for new innovations.
Yeah, I like to look at technology as it is the driver of our economy. It's something that is inevitable. People are always striving to innovate. It does, of course, come with pros and cons, especially when it comes to journalism and fake news, alternative facts. Like the one threat that I really have identified in the media world when it comes to technology is how artificial intelligence and bots and robots that are all online and have all been programmed to kind of confuse everyone and send out mixed signals, whether it be a fake Facebook group or a fake news site. So there's definitely cons, but as I said before, it's something that we're adapting to, and we're learning how to recognize if something is fake news. And as long as that we're reading the manuals of the technology and we're being taught both in primary school and secondary school and higher education how to continuously be able to consume the information that's being thrown at us at every direction, I think that's where technology can really help us and help teach us how to use it. And help us be good consumers of information, and that in turn will create a more just world, in my opinion.
Tina, one quick comment to end it?
Yeah, so very quickly, I personally think of technology as an enabler or an amplifier. We've seen things like mobile money on the continent where you can sort of like leapfrog over some developments through technology, but I also don't believe in copy-pasting technological solutions to the continent. I think we have enough original ideas, and as we build up knowledge within the continent and with help from people over the world, once you start building our own technological solutions to our problems, then we'll really capture the power of technology in the continent.
People often ask me, does the next generation give you hope? That answer is absolutely yes, without a doubt. So these are many of the reasons we have hope and should continue to have hope. So thank you all for.
At this time, I would like to invite the next panel to the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Trent. I'll be the moderator for this panel. I've been at Lehigh for about 27 years. I'm the director of the Supply Chain Management Program. And before we start, I would like to say to the people at ILO, congratulations, 100 years. I think that's amazing. And I tell you, I'm going to make a prediction. It's bold. It's the future. I don't think I'll be at the 200. Although I did hear somebody talk about living till 600 earlier, I made a note. All right, so what we have today, and let's take a look at the title real quickly. It's Improving Global Value Chains for Decent Work. Now, if you don't know what a value chain is, you can substitute the word supply chain. Think about the hole in the ground, all the steps to process to where we dispose, use, recycle. One company calls their supply chain ORE, O-R-E, to no more. Another one calls it cradle to grave. So you kind of get an idea that it's a very broad concept. You will see that from our panel members. And I think you've seen a lot of things about supply chain in the news. You don't see the good things. We definitely see, the bad things. So supply chains can be good, they can be bad, they can be ugly. So we'll get into some of those issues. What I would like to do is I would like the panelists to introduce themselves, talk about their organization a little bit so you understand the frame of reference. They're all from different organizations. And so that'll be important when we ask questions. And when you ask questions, I'd appreciate it if you would state your name and then who you might be directing the question to if it's specific. For example, Jerry's with the state of Pennsylvania. So that's going to be a very specific domain in there. But Bob at the end is from a very different organization. So Eric, why don't you introduce yourself?
Great. Well, thank you, Bob. I'm Eric Beal. I'm Senior Advisor at the Fair Labor Association. My bio's in the program, of course. I'll be very quick just to say I was recently at my alma mater, Johns Hopkins. I was on a career panel there, and there were 3 of us. The first person had been at her position in the private sector for 25 years, the same place. The second person had served in government for about 25 years. And then there was me, and I said, I'm the one, you won't remember my name, you'll just remember there was one person who couldn't hold down a job because I'm now on my, I think, 11th job in my 30 or so years in Washington. That's varied between government, public interest groups, the private sector. Fair Labor Association I've been at since January 2018. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative. We'll talk a little more about that. About half of my time in Washington has been in government, both the executive branch and as a staffer in Congress and with the Congressional Executive Commission. But for purposes of today, I'm kind of bringing a few different hats to this. One is that former government service, specifically at the Department of Labor, Bureau of International Labor Affairs for 5 years until the very last day of the Obama administration. The second is where I am now, the Fair Labor Association. The third is teaching. I've taught since 2008 as an adjunct at Georgetown Law Center. And the last one is having served during the year in between government and my current job on a task force at the Council on Foreign Relations on future of work, one of many in this area, but the kind of bookends getting involved in that and now seeing the terrific product of the ILO. There's a lot that's been written on future of work. I think what we're going to want to talk about today is how to address some of the questions that the fabulous earlier panels talked about, the what's and the whys, and the question is how do we move forward to a better, more sustainable future of work? Let me stop with that.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Congratulations to ILO on 100 years. My name is Jerry Oleksiak. I'm currently the Secretary of Labor and Industry for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I spent most of my life in a very different world. I took a circuitous path to this position. I was a special education teacher for over 30 years in the Philadelphia area. In the city of Philadelphia, I worked with primarily students with emotional, behavioral, legal issues, and I loved every minute of it, and I thought that was what I would always do. But I had the opportunity during that time to get involved in PSEA, the Pennsylvania State Education Association, which is the largest professional organization in the state, over 180,000 members. It's the teachers union. And I spent 10 years as an officer in the teachers union and had just been reelected to a second term as president, and I thought that would be it for me when I got a call from the governor. And he asked me to take this position. So it's about a year and a half, a little more than a year and a half that I've been in this job. And I love working for labor and industry because it not only addresses issues around the future of work, but we are doing what we can to put people to work right now. And what I especially enjoy about it is that, and I remind our staff about this all the time, there are real people at the end of the process. All the work that we do as a government agency, sometimes you can forget when you're in Harrisburg that there are real people at the end of what you do. We deal with people, there are 5 major bureaus within our, deputates within our world. Unemployment compensation, workers' compensation for people hurt on the job. OVR, our Office of Vocational Rehabilitation, that works with our fellow citizens with disabilities to help them find work. Safety and labor management, that looks at working conditions, wage and hour violations. And one of the key deputates that we'll be talking a little bit about today, workforce development. Every one of those has a theme. Every one of those has something to do with people working, helping them get work, helping them if they're out of work, helping them if they're hurt at work. And it's an agency that I really admire the work we do, respect the people that do it, and it's almost as much fun as being a special education teacher.
Well, thank you. Hey, Ben.
Yeah, hi, Ben Davis. I'm the International Affairs Director for the United Steelworkers, based in Pittsburgh, so we keep with the Pennsylvania theme here. I have been a union organizer and attorney, and for the last 20 years I've been doing international work for different union organizations, last 10 years with the Steelworkers, and we are a union of 850,000 members in the United States and Canada. We have a lot of members in Canada as well. We do make steel, which used to be pretty big here in Bethlehem, making a little bit of comeback, and but also a wide range of industries, mining, oil, chemical, glass, paper, various manufacturing, but also university faculty and adjuncts and healthcare workers. So we have a lot of dimensions. You can tell from these industries, most of these are global industries, and so we are very involved in issues around the global economy, working in collaboration with unions and other organizations in other countries on issues related to supply chains very often. That's probably enough for now.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Carlos.
Yes, thank you, Bob. And well, I'd like to first thank Lehigh University and thank the ILO and wish the ILO a happy birthday on this very important centenary celebration. My name is Carlos Busquets. I'm the Director of Public Policy at an organization known as the Responsible Business Alliance. Been there for about 4 years. Within that time, the organization has taken a massive growth, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but we shifted from being the Electronic Industry Citizenship Coalition, primarily consisting of tech and electronic companies, to bring in a number of other sectors and trying to drive responsible business conduct in their operations and their supply chains. A couple of words about me. I've basically spent most of my career sort of in the intersection between public and private policy. Spent about 10 years in Paris working at the OECD and at the International Chamber of Commerce. Before that, I was with the US government helping drive trade policy, negotiate trade policy in Latin America, as well as a couple of other things I've done. So they're very, very much interested in the work on sustainability, corporate social responsibility, and responsible business conduct.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Carlos. Bob.
All right, thanks everybody. Good afternoon. So I'm Bob Silverman. I head up logistics and supply chain consulting in the Northeast region for JLL. JLL, or Jones Lang LaSalle, as we're also known, is a global real estate firm. So we have our tentacles in all aspects of real estate. We employ about 80,000 people. We're about number 300 or so on the Fortune 500. My role at JLL is it's essentially a consulting group within the broader JLL umbrella. And so I work with companies whose business depends on employees in the supply chain and logistics sectors, companies with trucking fleets and distribution centers and manufacturing operations. According to the Harvard Business Review, those jobs represent about 37% of the jobs in the US, or about 44 million people are employed in those sectors. So, clearly critical to the future as well as to those companies as well. I expect the percentage of those jobs to keep growing, as we move more from retail to e-commerce, for instance. My background is in the design of the operations that these people work in. So I work to optimize the space utilization and the productivity and the throughput capacity of these operations. It's critical to the companies that employ these individuals, people working in the supply chain, to make these a good place to work, to make them a place that places that employees want to work at. The cost to recruit and train employees, as opposed to the cost to retain employees, it's much less to retain them. So things you can do to make the job better and make people want to stay there, it's cost efficient as well as improving the quality of work for the people working there. Before coming to JLL, I was with Tommy Hilfiger for about 5 years, doing similar type work in the DCs as well as in the IT department. And before that, I spent about 20 years in consulting, again, doing this type of work. Just one final note in terms of connection with ILO. So I'm originally from Pittsburgh, like the United Steelworkers, if not Ben, but my great-grandfather migrated to Western Pennsylvania around 1900 when he was 16 years old. He apprenticed and became a tool and die maker and was very involved in the unions in that area as well. So I don't know about the specific ILO connection, but he was a union organizer in Pittsburgh in 1919, and so ILO certainly touched his life back then.
Oh, interesting time. Thank you for sharing that. So I think you see we have a broad perspective of views here. And what I'd like to do, I'm going to go down and ask, not to everybody, but specifically a question, and then we will open it up to the audience. And I'd like to start with Jerry. Jerry, we talk about the future of work, and you're very in tune to that because one of your missions is to think about where are the skill gaps that we need to fill for employers. It seems like we always hear about, oh, there's a skill gap. I've heard that since I was, yay high, right? And now I'm only yay high, but so, we've heard that over and over again. How do you even identify what they are, and how do you address that?
Well, I identify them by what I'm told by the businesses and industries and manufacturing people that are out there.
Do you have a council, an industry council that advises you?
We do a lot of business roundtables. We do a lot of outreach. We have various boards and workforce development boards, for example, around our state that will work with employers and they'll tell us, we need welders here, we need truck drivers here, we need IT people there. One of the things that we spend a lot of time on, and I mentioned this a little bit in the beginning, we're always trying to balance what are the needs we have right now with the needs that we know we're going to have or anticipate that we're going to have, because who really knows, in 5 or 10 or 20 years. So we know, for example, right now we have a great need for commercial drivers, CDLs, commercial driver's license people. Well, we don't want to train 10,000 of those people, and in 10 years we'll be looking at automated trucks on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. So we have to find that balance. We hear a lot about IT. I think it's the 60-some% of all the jobs in the next 10 years are going to require some level of IT. So we're looking at what can we do to prepare people for that? What skills can we give them so that they not only have the skills they need right now, but the skills they are going to need? A lot of the things we hear from manufacturers and business people is if you bring them to us with the will, we'll teach them the skills. So it's not just about people learning how to weld or people learning how to design or how to code. It's also about how do you get along with others, showing up on time. We used to call them soft skills. They're really life skills, working in groups, taking criticism from a boss. I mean, those are the skills that we hear as much about as the technical kinds of skills.
Okay, now you have a lot of programs in place. Do you have a pretty good feel about what works and what doesn't work in this domain?
Well, we're always evaluating that. We've spent, particularly under the current administration with Governor Wolf, we've put a lot of, not just the federal dollars that we get, but also state dollars for the first time are being put into apprenticeship and training programs. So we work closely with labor organizations, businesses. We have something we call our next generation partnerships, where businesses will get together and say, we're not big enough to have our own apprenticeship program, but maybe if 2 or 3 of us get together, we'll be able to do that. So those have been very successful. And it's probably heresy to say this at this wonderful university, but not everybody needs a 4-year degree. And we know that you can get those skills. Some of the apprenticeship programs we work with, my favorite example of this, there's a bridge painting apprenticeship program in Philadelphia. The starting salary when you complete this program is $108,000 a year.
Can you give me the number?
I can give you the number. I wish I was 30 years younger. I might think about it, and you're leaving with no debt. So apprenticeship programs really are a key to filling that gap now and in the future.
And then real quickly to follow up, do you ever benchmark other states or even other countries to see what they're doing in terms of best practices?
We do, probably not as much as we should, but we certainly are looking at what other states are doing. And one of the good things is that we have states stealing from us. So
Okay, well, that's a good sign.
I think we do a good job in Pennsylvania with
Yeah, good, thank you. How about Ben? Ben, how you doing over there? So Ben, you're an international trade union representative, and now you're going to come to my country. What exactly is the role you're playing, and do you find that you're always welcome?
Not always. Yeah.
And where are you not welcome?
Oh, lots of places. Yeah. Let's take a concrete example related to supply chains. Okay. The steelworkers, along with other unions around the world, have been working for a long time on the issue of the apparel industry in Bangladesh and the terrible fires and accidents and the lousy health and safety record that country has. And I mean, Eric knows a lot about this. I'm sure other people on the panel do as well. Bangladesh is a major supplier of apparel to, whatever mall you go to, or if you get it online from Amazon, chances are good that part of what's in that box will have been manufactured in Bangladesh. It's very cheap, and price is a big factor in a highly competitive global retail industry. But one reason that it's cheap is that your brand, whether it's Levi's or Gap or H&M, they don't have any factories. These brands don't. A couple of them might still have one or two, but basically, they contract out all of this work to suppliers in Mexico, Bangladesh, Myanmar, other places around the world, and this is what we call a global supply chain. It's a much studied example of an industry where there used to be a lot of apparel production in the United States. In fact, garment workers were a major force in building the American trade union movement, in the earlier part of the 20th century. But today, there are very, very few garment workers in the U.S., and almost all this production is outsourced to Asia and to some other parts of the world. The conditions are really bad. There was a fire at a place called Rana Plaza that killed 1,300 workers, and at that point, this wasn't the first time this had happened, but that kind of catalyzed a global movement of governments, trade unions, human rights organizations to say something has to be done about this. And clearly, the Bangladeshi government does not have either the ability or the political will to enforce basic health and safety protections in their country. There's 4 million workers in Bangladesh, perhaps 50,000 of them are unionized. So the trade unions aren't going to be a lot of help, and those unions are weak and they suffer a lot of repression. There was just earlier this year, there was a big wave of firings and arrests of people that were workers who were trying to organize. So the trade union movement might become a factor at some point, but it isn't now. So where's the power in this equation? Well, it's with the companies that contract out to the Bangladeshi factories. It's the factory owners in Bangladesh, but really they all sell to a relatively small number of global brands, and that's where the power is, and ultimately with the consumers. Consumer power is important. The problem is it's really hard to get that information. 300 million people in the U.S., how many of them even look at the label and have or would have any idea? So the group that had to be moved were the brands, but the brands were concerned about the reputation. They were concerned about public criticism. And so an agreement was negotiated called the Accord for Fire and Building Safety, and that agreement has been in place for a number of years. It's funded by the brands. that are members. There are also some global labor organizations that are part of this. And they have a professional staff of inspectors in Bangladesh who go to factories and the owners have to, if they want to do business with the brands, if they want to do business with H&M or Inditex or these other companies, then they have to make their factories available to be inspected and certified. They also do training of workers. Anyway, you get the idea about that. So this is a way in which the global trade union movement, working together with employers, working together with governments, has tried to create a mechanism that will actually create enforcement for not for all worker rights, because this doesn't cover, for example, your right to form a union, but it does cover health and safety, and I think it's a very interesting model or example of what can be accomplished to try to raise up conditions in the supply chain and make it something that brings some benefit to the workers in Bangladesh and their families, as well as generating cheap clothing for us.
Okay, good, thank you. That kind of leads a nice segue to Eric and Carlos. So Eric, you have the Fair Labor Association. Members join this. Members join yours also?
Yes.
And members join the one you talked about, right? Am I going to have association overload if I'm a company? I'm just curious. How many associations out there are vying with different standards? And let me step back for a minute. Eric, when you go to a company and you want to get them involved, what is your value proposition to them? How do you sell what you're doing has value to them?
Right, no, great question, Bob. Let me step back. Two quick things jump into that. First, I just had to note, with sitting next to Jerry, coming from the international labor rights focus that Ben was just talking about, we're jumping back and forth between domestic and international. I had the experience at the Labor Department of working in a small international bureau within a very large department focused on domestic. No fewer than 3 of my former colleagues are Jerry's counterparts running the labor departments in Minnesota, Maine, and New Jersey now. And so they have the power of enforcement in the different areas that Jerry mentioned and others as well. When you look at the international dimension, and this picks up on Ben's point and hopefully is an answer directly to Bob's question, it's more challenging. Who's the international enforcement entity? You have to start with the state, with the national government. That's why under the UN Guiding Principles, Pillar 1 is the state duty to protect human rights. I don't know how many people are familiar with the UN Guiding Principles on business and human rights, but it offers an overarching framework. So first you have to look at the states. So one thinks, in the case of Bangladesh, the first primary responsibility in the case of situations that lead to tragedies like the building collapse in April 2013 at Rana Plaza is the Bangladeshi government. The problem is there are these governance gaps, either because of lack of capacity, lack of political will, or a combination. And so into that, there are other entities that are developed, including the Accord that Ben mentioned, that have to fill that void, that are private sector led, driven by, in that case, global union federations, joined by businesses that step up and address issues in the safety and health area. Similarly, organizations like the Fair Labor Association, which is celebrating its own 20th anniversary this year. It grew out of the Clinton administration, came after the sweatshop scandals of the mid-90s involving Nike, involving Kathy Lee Gifford, and so forth, really is a second best approach. I think we all have to concede that. When you hear about multi-stakeholder initiatives, the best approach is to have solid regulatory oversight at the national government level and through international institutions as well. But often that falls way short. And so the Fair Labor Association, in the case of the US, a government-led initiative that then gave way to this multi-stakeholder initiative, is an effort to address through the 3 entities that comprise the FLA, businesses, universities, and civil society organizations, to build through a code of conduct, through benchmarks, a voluntary mechanism, but one in which it's voluntary to join. No one forces a company to join, but once you're in it, you have to live up to what we think are increasingly stringent principles, 10 principles under our code, and an oversight and a mechanism through greater transparency through reporting under which stakeholders both inside and outside can measure whether the companies are living up to the obligations they've agreed to. So, and I'll wrap up with this and we can come back to it in the discussion period. So when you have these mechanisms, it's filling a responsibility in terms of supply chain that should be a dual responsibility of governments through regulatory mechanisms. The second pillar of the UN Guiding Principles, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. That's what corporations should be living up to through due diligence. And that's where groups like the FLA and, as Carlos will explain, the Responsible Business Alliance can play a small but growing role in filling that element of seeing if businesses can live up to their responsibility to respect human rights, including in the area of labor standards in apparel, agriculture, and other supply chains.
Okay, so Carlos, how is your organization different from this one? I think you compete a little bit.
Well, I mean, first of all, I want to thank Ben and Eric, because I think you've given an excellent explanation on how supply chains, well, the complexities and the governance gaps that organizations like ours try to fill into these global supply chains. Let me maybe tell a little bit of the story of RBA, and you'll see the kind of differences in the place we're in. The electronic industry, makers of a lot of the products that fuel the digital transformations that we were talking about earlier today, saw the sweatshop scandal that Eric alluded to and other issues, and really saw the proliferation of standards in different sectors, primarily the apparel sector, and really coalesced and came together around one standard, which was the EICC in 2004. So in a sense, we've been fairly lucky, if I could say that we've created a shared community of practice of companies that come together around a shared value to drive continuous improvement in their supply chains. So since that start, we're now the Responsible Business Alliance, which is basically a reflection of the fact that electronics are a commonplace component in all products, and autos are iPads on wheels, essentially, and all these other things. But really what we try to do is very similar to what Eric said, provide a whole range of tools that can help drive improvement not only to these companies' operations, but their suppliers as well. And the shared leverage that we can provide, whether it's the customers, whether it's coming together as customers of these different factories, whether it's working with stakeholders, whether it's trade unions, whether it's civil society organizations, investors, which is an increasingly very important voice in driving responsible business conduct, and government, of course, and intergovernmental organizations like the ILO, to kind of bring that forward and take it to the next level. And really what we do is we simply provide the platform to do that, whether it's a whole toolbox, whether it's audits, but there are a lot more than just social audits with their risk management, as well as specialized initiatives taking on salient issues like forced labor on foreign migrant workers, as well as issues related to the responsible sourcing of materials, raw materials. So again, really what the RBA is, and I think, we each have our space and our role. So actually, we look at FLA as a complementary partner, and we actually do partner on quite a lot of things and talk through a lot of things, because a lot of the times we're dealing with some of the decent work challenges or governance gaps, as Eric said, in many of these countries. And the companies that are operating in these global supply chains, it's partially, certainly it's brand protection, but it's also increasingly, part of your responsibility as a responsible global actor, as a company that's a responsible global
So obviously not all countries have the same level of worker rights violations. Do you keep a naughty list where you work? And do you score? Do you have where you focus, you create your plans?
Well, obviously for us, it's since the organization is primarily consisting of electronic companies, there are certain markets that are key. Certainly a majority of our work is done in places like China, Malaysia, Mexico is an important market. There are others as well. So those are where we, focus our work. It's not so much that it's naughty or nice or however you want to do it. I think it's countries that are in a different stage of development or have different ways of doing that. I'll give you one quick example. When you look at, and we can get into this a little bit later, the issue of debt bondage or forced labor, especially when you look at it from foreign migrant workers going to factories, it's a little bit different than trafficking or slavery or things. I mean, it's part and parcel, but focusing on that, a lot of that is due to just long-standing recruitment practices in certain parts of the world where basically workers are charged for a job and find themselves in debt bondage situations. So what we're trying to do that is we were one of the first organizations that actually outlawed recruitment fees, went towards an employer pays principle, a whole set of other normative changes, and they're now trying to kind of create a race to the top. Somebody said a race to the bottom, I think, earlier today, whereby recruiters or brokers that provide work or provide workers can actually have better practices so that they can compete on that basis, not on just low cost.
Okay, good. Good. Well, Bob, I didn't forget you down there. We're going to take a little bit different tack with Bob. And Bob, I'd like you to, we're looking at a lot of changes and upheaval in supply chain and logistics. How do you see these impacting workers and specifically the role of automation? If there's one area that's being automated right now, it is supply chain. I can go to an Amazon facility that has no workers. I can go to one that has 2,300 workers. I can go to ports that are automated, trucks that eventually will drive themselves. So when you look at the future of work, how's this playing out at the worker level?
Yeah, so it's playing out in a whole host of different directions, as you can imagine. For some people, it's causing a lot of pain, a lot of disruption. The things that the work that they've been doing for most of their lives is suddenly changing, and the requirements are changing. And to some degree, it's almost changed the rules for people, where it used to be it was an advantage to have been at one company for a long time, and you became more and more valuable in that role. But because of all these changes, someone who's been in one company for 23 years, if that company were to go out or that job were to go out, they're not trained in anything else. And so, the supply chain changes and disruptions are very, very, very painful for people in that role. Automation playing a big role in that. A lot of it, though, it's opening up opportunities. Like you mentioned, the automation and in varying levels. To a large degree in supply chain, and of course it varies, there's high-skilled jobs being automated and going away, but for the most part, what's being automated is sort of the lower level of labor. Automating what your wrist can do and your fingers can do and your brain and your eyes is much more expensive than automating horizontal travel or automating, the lower level, lower pay level jobs. And so there's a lot of jobs, particularly in distribution and logistics, where you're working with the robots. Some people call them cobots, particularly at Amazon facilities. So people who can become learned in that, I think are going to position themselves well for the future. To some degree, it builds off what Jerry was saying. I threw out 44% of the workforce is in logistics. Jerry said 60%'s IT. We haven't even brought up medical or marketing or finance. It's all going to add up to 300%. And the real reason is because there's so many overlaps and overlays. So people who understand that and who work in different areas and can kind of navigate across these boundaries, between IT and logistics, I think are going to be in a far better position. For instance, with the automated trucking, one possibility that some people are conjecturing the way it's going to play out is not so much the trucks will be totally driving themselves, but they'll be platooned, where you might have one driver controlling 4 trucks. So that person is going to be a combination of a truck driver, but also someone very literate in the technology. I think across a lot of supply chain and logistics jobs, there are going to be opportunities like that.
So as a follow-up, you work with a lot of clients. Do you work with facility design at all, or just the real estate?
No, in fact, my world is facility design.
So are they coming to you right at the start and saying, build in automation in this design right at the beginning?
A lot of companies do, but it needs to be cost justified. So they don't want to pay for it if they're, from their perspective, they're looking to save jobs, and so to hire fewer people. A lot of them are frustrated because of the unemployment levels now. It's counterintuitive to what we all are looking for. We want jobs for people. For many of these companies, when unemployment's higher, it's easier for them. So yeah, there are companies looking for that mechanization to some degree, so they have flexibility and they can grow if they can't find workers. It all ties back together to other issues, though, and, including minimum wage and decent work. Companies that are a better place to work, that workers want to work at, have less of a hard time with this than other companies. But yeah, to answer your question, it's one of half a dozen things at the beginning that they're very interested in. They all want to look at automation, but pulling the trigger on paying for it and having this distribution center cost $20 or $30 million more than it otherwise would have, some companies bite the bullet on that and do it, but most don't.
Okay, good. Last question, then we're going to open up to the group. Many of you, you're involved in jobs that, you're not producing a tangible output per se, a widget, a car, a computer. So at the end of the day, you're involved with activities. What tells you you've been successful? What are your measures of accomplishment at your organization that differ from being activity versus tangible benefits? Anybody?
I'd be happy to start. We have, I don't even know where to begin with the amount of metrics that we have related to unemployment, safety on the job. So when we see, for example, fewer workers hurt on the job, that's a good thing. We're part of that at Labor and Industry. When we see an increase in how many of our fellow citizens with disabilities are getting employment, that's a metric that we look at. So we know that the unemployment rate, obviously, which is a lot more to do than with what just we do, but all these things we'll look at and see we're moving in the right direction. And related to unemployment, for example, we'll look at things as real in someone's life as how long am I on the line before I talk to a real person? How long before I schedule a call back that somebody calls me back? Okay. So there are real practical, tangible things that we look at.
That are service-oriented?
Right.
Sure.
Right.
Okay, now how about Carlos and Eric, beyond anecdotal accounts? Do you have anything that says, here's what we have done?
Well, the organization does have some clear metrics in terms of, how it measures whether the affiliates are fulfilling their responsibilities under our code, under our benchmarks. There's a whole series of measures that are undertaken, regular review and so forth. On a personal note, one of the reasons I moved into this position a year ago, January, is to take over the responsibility for what we call the remedies program within the Fair Labor Association, which is to say we have something called a third-party complaint mechanism, which allows workers, unions, civil society groups, and others to bring a complaint to us if there's a problem at a factory or a farm from which one of our affiliates sources, wherever that happens to be, Honduras, Turkey, Bangladesh, or wherever. And one of the reasons I wanted to do that, and I know I'm personalizing this a bit, is because it's easier to track, after working at public policy 30,000-foot level, there's a very specific fact-based investigation, and you're able to determine ultimately whether there's going to be corrective action, remediation taken at the factory level. To be clear, this isn't meant to replace the responsibility of national, administrative, and judicial authorities to take care of holding companies responsible to fulfill national laws, but it can complement that, especially where those aren't proving satisfactory. And it's certainly not meant to replace the core responsibility of management to respond to their workforce through internal grievance procedures. But the nice thing about it is it does offer an opportunity to see some tangible results, to get from point A of a complaint being filed through an investigation, through recommendations, and then through remediation and corrective action, which is attractive, especially when you've come out of a world of working on big policy initiatives that may take years to even see modest gains.
Okay, good. Carlos, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, for us, we call it impact. And what kind of impact are we making in the lives of workers? I mean, we always try to design our programs, look at our programs on the journey of the worker, whether it's, through the factory or, whichever way he comes in or he or she comes in. A couple of ways that we look at metrics. I mean, we've certainly seen incredible growth in the organization. We're now over 140, 145 members. Had about 100, a couple of years ago. We constantly see companies coming, companies at different stages in their journey, in fairness, but wanting to come in and wanting to utilize the tools and increasing use of the tools, which draws increasing information, increasing opportunities for things like remediation and efforts like that. And then concretely, we've seen in places like Malaysia, we've seen changes in policies, workers having fees returned to them, changes in policies in the way companies are hiring. It's not perfect. There are still issues that come all the time. But we have seen some limited, certainly some impact. From a personal point of view, I think it's the increasing recognition. I am a policy person at heart, so increasing recognition from groups like the ILO to work with the RBA as a partner, or the OECD to work with the RBA as a partner, to help implement these programs in companies and supply chains. So that's kind of how we're looking at this broader sense of impact.
Okay, good. I'll have to move on. In the interest of time, we'd like to get to questions from the floor. Where's over here, this gentleman? And if you could state your name, please, and who you're with, and if you're directing your question to anyone specifically.
Sure. Okay. Good afternoon, and happy anniversary to the ILO. My name is Skip Shuda, and I'm part of a nonprofit called Soulful Cannabis. And our mission is to take the legal cannabis industry and help it become the best version of itself. And so this is a very early industry. The legal cannabis industry is just emerging here in Pennsylvania, as well as across the country and across the planet. And the groups that are being laid down are very, very early. So this is the time to get it right, in my opinion. And so we're working on things like looking at diversity issues, or issues of employee training standards, corporate accountability, corporate social responsibility, and other issues of social equity and social justice. So my question is really, I guess, mostly from anyone, but Eric, Jerry, and Carlos, I'm wondering, has this even shown up on your radar yet? And if so, I'm wondering in what capacity, what areas are showing up first?
Go ahead, Jerry.
Well, here in Pennsylvania, as I'm sure you're aware, medical marijuana has been legalized. The governor is supporting recreational marijuana being legalized. Our lieutenant governor is one of his appointed tasks, newly elected lieutenant governor, he's in the middle of a listening tour going around the Commonwealth now to ask the questions and to get some information on exactly what how do we do this right. One of the things that's impacting us at Labor and Industry relates to workplace safety. And it's such a wide open issue right now that if somebody is on a prescription drug that whatever it is, for blood pressure or diabetes or whatever, I picked too close to home there, but that doesn't normally impact safety on the job. But what about legalized marijuana? So we're looking at the legal ramifications, the insurance ramifications with other agencies in Pennsylvania. So yeah, it does have real practical implications that we're going to have to resolve.
Two quick things. Not a question I expected to get, but it's congratulations, first of all, on what you're doing and thinking through so early on a framework for being responsible corporate citizens, because a lot of times that only happens after there's a scandal, after there's a tragedy, and so on and so forth. So the framework you laid out is compelling. In terms of my current employer, we do work in the agriculture sector. It's been cotton, cocoa, sugar. Who knows where it may go next? But the one thing I would say is that one of the earlier panels talked about the fact that while we talk about labor conditions and challenges around the world, there are some fundamental shortcomings in this country as well, and nowhere more so than in the agriculture sector, for a variety of reasons, in terms of going back decades to laws that were not promulgated on an equal basis pertaining to agriculture as they were to manufacturing. And it hit the fan shortly before I got to the Labor Department, when an effort to strengthen laws pertaining to child labor in the U.S. agriculture sector were pushed back. There was an effort to strengthen regulations. So anything to do with agriculture in this country, there are particular vulnerabilities, there are particular issues of migrants, there's particular risk of child labor, and I would hope that doesn't pertain to the emerging cannabis sector, but it's something to be very aware of, because it's certainly at the federal level, the regulatory mechanisms are not nearly as strong as they are pertaining to OSHA, occupational safety and health, wage and hour, as they are in manufacturing. So we're an extra level of due diligence is going to be required from the private sector.
Okay, good, thank you. Why don't we take another question over here, right here? Thank you.
I have a question, probably mostly for Carlos. I'm wondering if you're seeing the evolution of blockchain coming into the supply chains and how that's impacting transparency, particularly in the global supply chain with developing countries.
Okay, real quickly, the question was about blockchain, which is an electronic ledger system that is supposed to be an audit as items move through a supply chain.
That's a fantastic question, and one we get in almost every event we speak on. I mean, we are looking at blockchain. The first thing I would say is that it's probably, a lot of folks have been bringing it up as a sort of, all solution for everything. I mean, I think it's a very nascent and interesting technology. We actually developed a blockchain working group under our Responsible Minerals Initiative. Our Responsible Minerals Initiative looks at the sourcing of conflict, but other issues related to ethical sourcing of minerals. So things like for the 3TGs, but also cobalt and other minerals as well. So what we did is we put together some of the big companies that we have in our membership, some of the leaders in this world, to kind of try to develop some general guidelines on the application of blockchain, as well as some blockchain companies to kind of, begin to sketch it out. So we're at very early stages. We think it's a very promising solution, especially when it looks at things like raw materials. I've also heard when you look at workers and labor, the sourcing of labor, I think I've heard of interesting solutions related, using blockchain related to contracts and keeping track of contracts so that there's actually a record to make sure if a worker doesn't fall into a particular situation. So I think there's some very interesting applications there. We're still at a very early stage. There's issues related to interoperability and things like that. But we do have a group that's looking at that, and we just published, I think it came out in December, it's on our website, our blockchain guidelines, which are sort of the first step in our, but we have a panel on that in every conference we actually have. So it's always there.
Yeah, good, thank you. Do we have time for one more question? One more? We have over here, this gentleman. And this will be it.
What an honor to be able to ask the last question here. My name is Musa Jamshed. I'm a student here at Lehigh, and it's a question for anyone who wants to chime in on it. But I want to understand whether you think that responsible takes on stuff like global supply chains becoming a bigger part of corporate mantras is something that is driven by corporations wanting to do the right thing, or if they're under more pressure points from consumers to make that happen for an image.
Happy to do that.
Go ahead.
I think there are multiple drivers. I think certainly there's a number of companies, particularly consumer-facing brands, that do want to do the right thing. There's been a number of, I think we alluded to earlier, certainly Rana Plaza was a game changer. I think you talked about, Bill, but the sweatshop issue. So I think those are all drivers. But I would add that over certainly the last, I'd say, 5 years, there's been a number of other drivers. One is increasingly B2B. Increasingly, companies in the supply chain are driving other companies that they're buying, that they're selling to kind of drive them towards these practices. So I think that's a positive sign. Public procurement, I think that's a really important driver, certainly for the electronics sector. We're having an event next week in Brussels that's all about, how you sell to public buyers in Europe. That's a major, major play. I think increasingly government regulation. You look at, there's a whole variety of them, and they're a little bit disjointed, but there's things like the UK Modern Slavery Act, the California Supply Chain Act, Australian Modern Slavery Act, the Devoir de Vigilance in France. There's a few others that are on the table. So, that brings companies and that gets their attention, or even the CBP import ban on goods made with forced labor. And then the last point, which is probably a whole other panel, is the role of investors, and not just socially responsible investors, but also banks. The BlackRock statement by Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, I think it was last year, and repeated it again this year. I think all of these things are driving companies. There's still a lot of work to do, but it is driving companies towards this.
And the SEC requires risk divulging, and that comes into it. And this is where we'll finish up.
Yeah, so just to give a little different perspective on that, if we look at the Bangladesh example, there was a long history of safety violations and other labor rights violations. The global brands could have taken action on their own initiative at any point, but they didn't until they were put under an enormous amount of public pressure and scrutiny, and consumers did mobilize to some extent. The basic reason why you have a shift of, let's just talk about manufacturing, which affects our folks, why you have a huge shift to production is competitiveness. It's cheaper, okay? Mexico's in the news right now. NAFTA's being renegotiated. The wage gap between manufacturing workers in the US and Mexico is 10-1, and it was 10-1 30 years ago. And the reason why companies move jobs to Mexico is it's not a charitable motive, okay? It's because it's a lot cheaper. And the reason that it's a lot cheaper is that by and large, in Mexico, the rights that the ILO was created to secure and guarantee aren't enforced. There are unions, but they're employer-dominated unions, and you know, in many cases, workers don't even know that they have a union, so it's not there to represent them, and certainly not to help them raise their wages and living standards. So the U.S. labor movement, working with Democrats in Congress, has, in the context of this renegotiation, insisted that Mexico change its laws and adopt new laws to address this rights gap in Mexico. That legislation is now going through the Mexican Congress. It's actually being voted on in the lower house of the Mexican Congress today. And the employers have strongly opposed it at every step, both the U.S. employers and the Mexican employers. I haven't seen a single U.S. company speak out and say, you guys can correct me, and say, no, we think this labor law reform is a good idea because it's going to give workers the right to have democratic unions and to negotiate over productivity and, you know, those kinds of issues. It's been, you know, no, this is bad. Although some people say, well, we have to accept it because this is the only way of getting the trade agreement through. So maybe we can live with it, but they don't like it. I think that it's about power ultimately in the global economy, and that power depends often on knowledge. If consumers don't know what's happening in the places where their goods are made, then you can't really expect them to do much about it. But one of the reason why we workers get together in an organized form, and why the ILO protects the rights to do that, is to make that power balanced and available to, you know, not just to a few, but to the majority, and that's what we're going to keep trying to do.
Okay, good, good. Well, I would like to thank the panel, and if we could give them a hand. All right, good. I think we're all set.
We're all set. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your very engaging conversations and challenges to us all. It's certainly a lot to think about as we move forward and try and plan our own futures as we progress in our workforce career. So thank you once again. Appreciate your time. As we look back in putting together such a large-scale project and setting up this conference, it takes a committed team and very strong partners to pull it off. We're very fortunate to have the ILO team in partnership with us every step of the way. In particular, I'd like to thank Kevin Cassidy for his years of affiliation with Lehigh, and for his incredible staff, Andrea and Desiree, who really, their support for this initiative has been unyielding in every sense. So that is deeply appreciated. There's also been a very dedicated Lehigh staff that's worked for 6 months as well to bring this event to life. And these include some of the many that were involved here today. And many of this group is already done at the reception setting things up, but we'll name them in their honor as well. So Deb, Emily, Chris, Jessica, Paige, Colette, Karen, John Santamaria, Blue Chip in the back with the technology, Jordan Woolman, Gabby, Sylvia, the Lehigh Planning Committee members, Andrew, Todd, Kathy, Vito, and certainly our Vice President, Cheryl Matherly, and the numerous volunteers who've helped in every aspect of the day, from the students who had to get up at 6:30 this morning and be your parking attendants, to those who will close the day as well. So now departure instructions. We'll be hosting the closing reception at the National Museum of Industrial History, and you'll recognize as soon as you walk in the door how fitting that is to close the day today. That is at 602 East 2nd Street, so you can set your GPS for that. It's also in your program as well.
I understand that parking is already full on 3rd and 4th Street down there, so there's quite a few people there already for us. So on 2nd Street is where you want to park. For those who arrived in the hotel van today, there'll be a van outside that says Hotel Van. Get in that one, and that will take you there. For those of you who came in the UN bus today, there's a bus downstairs that, as you guessed, it says UN bus on it, waiting for you. Make sure you get it in the right places. For the students who would like to attend the reception, there is a Lehigh bus downstairs and outside waiting for you. It will return you ultimately to the Asa Packer bus stop and then to Mountaintop if you'd like to return here as well. And for those of you driving to the reception, I think it says, we'll see you there. So once again, thank you all for a wonderful day. It's been a pleasure to have you all here with us. And let's let the journey continue at the museum next. So thank you once again.